Peter, Kaiser, and Muldoon were less than 20 feet away, and their faces were clearly visible against the black shadows of the pine. This is going to be like shooting coconuts at a fair, thought Ed, as he squinted along the rifle. The front sight of the pump gun appeared as a dark notch in Muldoon's pale head. "Senator Jones, are you there?" called Peter anxiously. They could hear the car suspension squeak as Shearson moved his bulk towards the opposite window. "I'm all right," Shearson called out hoarsely. "I've broken my damn finger, but that's all. It's Hardesty you got to watch out for. He's around the car somewhere with the girl." There was a pause, and then Peter shouted, "Hardesty, you there?" Ed looked around at Della, but Della shook her head. "Don't answer. Not yet. See what they have to offer first." "If you can hear me, Hardesty, you'd better listen good," said Peter. "You're guilty so far tonight of burglary, theft, criminal damage, kidnapping, and homicide. You hear that? Calvin Muldoon is dead, and you shot him. You're holding a U.S. senator against his will. You're in a pretty sticky position, Hardesty, and you'd better understand it." "Why haven't you called the police?" Ed shouted back, before Della could stop him. He could see Muldoon quickly jerk his head around to see if he could make out where the voice was coming from. Peter Kaiser took a couple of steps closer. "I haven't called the police because the police are too busy with all the rioting and the looting you started off with that broadcast of yours. Apart from that, you've ransacked some pretty sensitive papers there. I wouldn't like them to get into the hands of somebody who might misinterpret them." "So what's your offer?" asked Ed. "You want to make a deal?" "The offer's simple. I'll let you out of here alive, as long as you let Senator Jones go free, and as long as you never mention anything about the Blight Crisis appeal again." "One more thing," said Ed. "Oh, what's that?" "You take the tail off of my wife and my daughter, because I warn you, if anything happens to them, I'll hunt you down and take your head off." "That's all right," Peter nodded. "I can agree to that. Now, do you want to come out with your hands where we can see them?" Ed turned to Della again. "What do you think?" he asked her. Della said, "I don't trust him. My reason says he's probably on the level, but my instinct says beware." Ed squeezed her hand. "Well, I've always been the kind of person to follow my instinct. Let's give them a test. Remember the old cowboy films?" He handed her the gun to hold, and then, twisting on the needly floor of the woods, he tugged his red sweatshirt off. "Striptease at a time like this?" she asked him. "Just give me the gun," he told her. Quickly he wrapped the sweatshirt around the barrel of the rifle. Then, hesitantly and jerkily, he raised it up above the protective fender of the Lincoln, as if it was someone coming out of cover. "There," said Peter. The silence of the woods was cracked by 3 pistol shots in rapid succession. Ed's sweatshirt was flapped up into the air by 1 bullet, and they felt the wind of a second as it passed narrowly overhead. The 3rd pinged off the Lincoln's truck. Ed snatched down the rifle, rolled around to the slope which he had chosen as his firing position, snuggled the butt against his cheek, and looked for Peter and Muldoon. Muldoon, crouched as low as an arm-swinging baboon, was only a few feet away, running in fast to finish off the red sweatshirt. Peter was already round the other side of the limousine, presumably intent on rescuing Shearson. Della was right behind Ed, her head buried beside his thigh. Muldoon didn't have a chance. He was so close that Ed shouted, "Muldoon, drop it!" just to give the man a break. But Muldoon made a dive for the ground and fired off another thunderous shot from his .45, and Ed squeezed the trigger without allowing himself to think anything else but kill him. The shot echoed and echoed, and then there was silence again. Ed cautiously rose to his feet and walked around the Lincoln with the pump gun held up and his eyes alert. Muldoon was lying on his back on the stony ground, his eyes wide open, his automatic thrown aside, his plaid cowboy shirt dark with blood. Peter appeared, holding a revolver, but Ed swung the rifle towards him and said, "Drop it," and he did. "You've killed him," said Peter in a shaky voice. Ed nodded. "I didn't want to, believe me, but it was him or us." "What are you going to do now?" asked Peter. "Are you going to shoot the rest of us too, or what? One way or another, we're going to have to report this to the police." "The police already know," said Ed quietly. "At least the federal authorities do." "What do you mean?" "Della works for the FBI. The reason we broke into your office was to find evidence of what you've been doing with this blight crisis appeal to take you to court." "You are joking. Are you joking?" "You think I go around shooting people for fun? I never hurt anybody in my life before until tonight." Ed snapped at him. He was shaking, and if he could have done, he would have slung the pump gun right off into the trees. Shearson Jones pushed open the passenger door of the wrecked Lincoln. "Would someone help me out of here?" he demanded. "And would someone tell me what the devil's going on?" Della came up, brushing pine needles from her robe. "We're getting out of here, that's what," she said in a clear voice. "We're going to leave Muldoon here for the moment, and we're going to drive into Wichita and turn in these papers to the FBI. And if you're innocent enough to think that we're in trouble, Mr. Kaiser, just think what kind of trouble you're in. Fraud, embezzlement, tax evasion, carrying unlicensed firearms, attempted murder of a federal agent. You'll be lucky if they let you out to see the turn of the century." "Is there room in that wagon for all of us?" wheezed Shearson, plodding up the hill towards them. "There should be, with Muldoon gone," said Peter. "I have Karen with me too, though." "You brought Karen? Why?" Peter Kaiser looked embarrassed. "Kind of insurance, in case we had to do a trade. Her freedom for Shearson's." My, said Della, shaking her head. "You do get your money's worth out of your girlfriends, don't you?" With Ed staying a little way behind to keep Peter covered, they slowly made their way up to the road again. Karen was standing by the wagon in bare feet, jeans, and the white puffy-sleeved shirt she usually wore in bed. When she saw them coming, Peter and Della, Shearson and Ed, she couldn't work out what had happened at first. Who had captured whom? But when Ed said, "It's okay, Karen. Everything's fine," she came walking across the blacktop, barefooted, with tears running down her cheeks. "Oh, God, I was frightened," she said, holding Ed's arm. "Oh, God, I can't tell you how frightened I was." Ed put his arm around her and held her close. Della, beside the wagon, gave him a mocking little raise of her eyebrows and a smile that could have meant anything at all. 7. During the weekend, an intensive search by 15 volunteers from the St. Louis Fire Department had revealed 5 radioactive isotopes in grain elevators along the waterfront, and perceptible radioactivity in almost every grain and flour store within a 6-mile radius of the city. The isotopes had been taken to the National Nuclear Research Station in Kokomo, Indiana, where tests showed by late Monday afternoon that each of them contained over 4,000 curies of radioactive cobalt-60. At 11:43 p.m. on Monday night, the president was informed of the discovery, and he issued immediate instructions for the contaminated cereals to be destroyed. They were to be taken out to sea and jettisoned in deep water off Miami, under the supervision of experts from the Navy, the Bureau of Atomic Energy, and the FBI. The president emphasized that it was essential at this time of threatened shortage not to let these radioactive foodstuffs go astray, or to fall into the hands of those who might not be so scrupulous about where they go to. Geiger counter searches of grain elevators and flour warehouses all over the country were put into motion a few minutes after midnight, and by 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning, officials had discovered isotopes in Chicago, Duluth, Milwaukee, and Seattle. Whoever had planted the isotopes had shown no discrimination. They were found in grain stores at breweries, amongst oats and bran in animal feed factories, and in flour warehouses at kosher bakers. The nuclear laboratories were unable to tell where the isotopes had come from, since their casings bore no serial numbers or manufacturer's marks. But 3 out of the 7 analysts working on them expressed an opinion that the cobalt was of European origin. "We are being attacked from without, rather than within," said the director of the FBI, Charles Koenig. "I don't think we need more than 3 guesses to answer the questions by whom." With instructions from the president to use the utmost diplomatic discretion, the Secretary of State began to put out feelers in Japan, in China, in Soviet Russia, in Iran, in Germany, and in Britain. Without revealing the seriousness of the isotope crisis, he was supposed to vibrate the web of international diplomacy and see if he could detect in which corner the spider was sitting. By noon on Tuesday, the president and his cabinet were faced with the question of what to do about the billions of bushels of highly radioactive grain still stored in elevators all around the country, grain which was still being happily used to bake bread, brew beer, feed animals, fill out hamburgers, and to make anything and everything from children's cereals to bourbon whiskey. 5 nuclear experts were brought to the White House just after lunch as special advisors, but as Tuesday afternoon wore on, they were unable to agree amongst themselves how dangerous the radioactivity in the grain and the flour was actually going to be. Certainly the levels were way above those which the FDA would normally consider acceptable, but these weren't normal times. Almost all of this year's crops were dying of blight, and now it looked as if the stockpiles from last year were going to be contaminated beyond use. Dr. K.E. Salkeld of Minneapolis stood before the president, a tall, aesthetic man with a reputation for facing up to the bitterest scientific facts, and took off his spectacles in a gesture of defeat. "Mr. President," he said, "this radioactivity is of sufficient strength to have the same effect as a nuclear bomb without an explosion. Our children will eat it in their diets. Our adults will drink it in their beer, and it will work its evil way into the very bones of our population. Many millions will almost certainly die in terrible agony. Those who are left will face pain, loneliness, and the horror of living in a society where a very high percentage of the population is outrageously deformed." What worried the president more than anything else, however, was the immediate prospect of another night like Sunday, with more rioting and burning. It was quite possible that millions of Americans might be affected by radioactive poisoning if he were to keep the crisis quiet for a few more days, until he had worked out some kind of contingency plan. But the effects of the cobalt-60, although threatening, were still largely hypothetical. Whereas it was almost inevitable that thousands of people would die tonight if he were to announce at once that there was a total ban on bread, cereal, cake, cookies, beer, spirits, and pastries. And if Dr. Salkeld was right, meat as well, since so many American animals were fed on grain. The cabinet had already left most of their turkey sandwiches untouched, and at 6 o'clock the president had turned down the offer of a steak. At 9, a report was brought into the Oval Office from the State Department. At an emergency meeting of the European Economic Community in Brussels, all the member countries had guaranteed to supply to the United States as much surplus meat, cereal, dairy produce, and vegetables as they could muster. They realized that whatever they could supply would fall far below the day-to-day needs of a country of 250 million inhabitants, but they appreciated the president's cooperation in halting emigration from the United States to Europe, and they believed that 1/1000th of a loaf is better than no bread. With the help of hundreds of officials from state capitals and county seats all over the United States, who had industriously filed reports on how much canned and frozen food was being held in commercial warehouses and supermarket storerooms, the calculation was that America could just about survive the winter at subsistence level. The president read out the report to his cabinet as twilight fell across the White House lawns outside. "In the space of a few days," he said, "this nation of plenty has been reduced to the economic level of a country as poor as Cambodia. And all those pitiful scenes which we have witnessed in Cambodia are going to be witnessed here. There is no question that the blight which has so swiftly destroyed our crops, and the radioactive material which has so effectively contaminated our stores of essential foodstuffs, well, there is no question at all that these have been deliberately introduced with the single intention of destroying our country. We do not yet have adequate evidence to pin the blame for these criminal actions on any known adversary. Our first suspect, of course, must be the Soviet Union. But the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation tells me that it would have been possible for as few as 100 agents to have blighted our crops and to have planted those isotopes. Our unknown adversary could have been Iran or Palestine, or even an unknown political pressure group from an ostensibly friendly power. Just before dark, the president left the Oval Office and went for a walk in the White House gardens by himself. He smoked 2 cigarettes, although nobody apart from his wife and his closest friends knew that he was a smoker. After his walk, he closeted himself in his small side office and placed a telephone call to Allen Hedges, the chairman of the Agricultural Committee. "Allen," he said, "I want you to give me an update on the emergency supplies you've been shipping in for the administration." Allen Hedges said, "Pardon me one moment, Mr. President. The figures are right here. That's it. We've completed all the shipments of canned goods and stored them in 3 separate warehouses around the city, as well as 5 truckloads of special emergency rations out at Anacostia Naval Annex. The rest of the refrigerated goods are arriving by rail just after 9 o'clock tonight." The president ran his hand tiredly through his thatch of gray hair. "That's okay, Allen, you did well. But I'm afraid we may have an extra problem. You're going to have to check through those rations and make sure that none of them were produced within the last 3 weeks." There was a short silence, and then Allen Hedges said, "Is this on the level?" "I'm afraid so. I can't give you all the details yet, but it appears any food containing any kind of cereal ingredient which was prepared and canned within the last 3 weeks may have to be considered a hazard to human health." "You can't tell me anything more than that?" "I'm afraid not. But I can assure you that when the time comes to make a public statement, you'll be the first to know." "Well," said Allen Hedges unhappily, "I appreciate your confidence in me." "Thank you, Allen. Now will you check out those supplies for me?" "Yes, Mr. President. Whatever you say." Neither the president nor Allen Hedges heard the extra click on their telephone line as Allen Hedges' secretary, Wanda Kaminsky, put her receiver down too, and neither of them knew that directly afterwards she dialed the Washington bureau of the New York Times and asked to speak to Bill Brinsky. The news on early evening television on Tuesday was grim, but less hysterical than before. The networks had all been personally requested by the president to keep the tone down. The crop blight was still spreading, although great and urgent efforts were being made in Washington to prepare an antidote. The research had been seriously hampered by last week's violent killing of Professor Protter, who had carried most of the information he had gleaned from his analysis of Vorardi in his head. Nonetheless, the Department of Agriculture hoped to be able to issue fanners with their first supplies of some kind of antidote within 2 or 3 weeks. Most major cities in the United States were still under the watchful eyes of the National Guard, the Army, and the Marine Corps. So far, over 5,000 men and women had been arrested for looting or for breaking curfews, and 28 had been shot dead. Food was being sold only from certain major supermarkets, and each customer was being rationed to $25 worth of food at the checkout, although there were no strict checks on how many supermarkets any one customer went around to visit, or even how many times he went through the same supermarket's checkout in one day. The front-page photograph of the New York Daily News had shown a 2-mile line of shoppers waiting outside the A&P on 3rd Avenue at 51st Street, some of them with camp stools and even sleeping bags. The headline read, "Food Line Blues." At 7 o'clock, the president appeared on television again to thank the American people for their calm, their dignity, and their brave acceptance of one of the greatest natural disasters of our time. He explained that America's allies were airlifting food, which would be stored all around the country and sold to the population on ration when the time for such extreme measures eventually comes. He was giving out no hints yet that the crop blight had been started on purpose, despite what Ed Hardesty had said on Sunday night, and he deflected questions from the press that the approaching famine might have been caused by Soviet sabotage. Another question he ducked was, "Where is Senator Shearson Jones? Have you talked to him yet? Has he answered Mr. Ed Hardesty's allegations that the blight was allowed to spread so that he could line his own pockets? And come to that, where is Mr. Ed Hardesty?" The president left the lectern with its presidential seal and its screen of bulletproof plastic and waved to the press as he left the room without even turning back to look at them. George Bannon of the Washington Post said, "Something tells me we're being strung along for some reason or other. My nose itches, and when my nose itches, that means trouble." "When my nose itches, it means hay fever," replied Bill Brinsky, tucking his notebook back in his pocket. Then he left the press room to go back to his typewriter and his half-finished story for tomorrow morning, which began, "Sources close to the president have revealed that the nation's food crisis, already worsening by the hour, may be exacerbated by yet another problem, apart from the continent-wide crop blight. It appears that, for reasons yet unexplained, any food containing cereals that was prepared in the last 3 weeks may be dangerous to human health. This leak, although still unconfirmed, comes from a highly reliable quarter, and if the White House does confirm it, the nation will be facing not only the total destruction of its crops and livestock, but anything up to 40% of its existing food stocks." That Tuesday evening, ignoring the imposition of a curfew at sundown, thousands of ordinary families, both black and white, marched along St. Paul Street in Baltimore to City Hall. They carried burning torches and homemade banners which read, "Survival of the fittest," and "Our first civil right, food." The National Guardsmen who watched them shuffling silently through the warm darkness, men and women with confused but determined faces, babies in strollers, old people in wheelchairs, had been ordered not to shoot until the parade had been dispersed. One of the guardsmen, interviewed by a roving television camera, appeared on the screen with tears running down his cheeks. "They can order us not to shoot our people," he said, "but they can't order us not to cry for them." In New York, where the mayor had been making every effort to keep the city as quiet and as normal as possible, there were new fires in Queens and in Harlem, and nearly 300 black youths broke into the Four Seasons restaurant on 52nd Street, bludgeoning police and security guards and stabbing 2 waiters. They rampaged across tables, splashed in the ornamental pool, and strewed oysters and roast game and wine bottles all over the floor. "It was like something out of a Fellini movie," said Norman Kramer, the movie producer whose wife suffered a dislocated shoulder. "There were all these savages out in the streets, dancing on plates of veal and asparagus in filthy sneakers, and sluicing themselves with Dom Perignon." In Muskogee, Oklahoma, 20 men and 1 woman tried to break into a supermarket and steal boxes of canned meat, vegetables, and fruit. They were almost through loading when they were surprised by a National Guard patrol, who machine-gunned all of them without warning. Their bodies were littered across the supermarket parking lot, and a reporter for the Tulsa Herald-Bulletin said, "There was so much blood it was gurgling down the storm drains like crimson bathwater." One of the most vicious firefights of the night was in Los Angeles, where nearly 100 residents of the Palms district banded themselves together into an armed food-looting force. They successfully raided 2 supermarkets with a convoy of 70 station wagons and trucks, and they were about to attack a large quick-serve store on Culver Boulevard when they were ambushed by 150 officers of the Los Angeles Police. 15 of the looters were shot dead, 28 wounded, and 9 policemen suffered serious bullet wounds. At one time, the crackling of gunfire across the front of the supermarket was so loud that it could be heard in Westchester. There were plenty of profiteers, of course. In San Francisco, where the mayor had so far only imposed a midnight curfew, stores were brightly lit and wide open, and selling cans of corned beef at $6.50 a can. Canned vegetables were at a premium, with a single can of spinach selling at anything from $4 upwards, and fresh vegetables from the few farms which had been left unscathed by the blight were black diamonds. One fresh lettuce at a supermarket on Stockton Street was selling for $12.50. A middle-aged man was shot dead by a San Francisco policewoman when he tried to escape from a small neighborhood store with 3 cans of lima beans in his pockets. As Tuesday turned to Wednesday, the confusion and the terror grew. Only the president's continual reassurance that everything will work out, along with the forced optimism of the television news programs, kept the nation from total hysteria. Shortly after midnight, though, the president issued an executive order that all banks and savings banks would be closed until further notice, and that the public sale of silver and gold bullion was to be suspended. No financial assets could be sent out of the United States in any form whatsoever, except to meet previously contracted debts. On the stock exchange in Tokyo, where the time was already 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon of Wednesday, the dollar collapsed against the yen to 102.30, and it was only after limitless guarantees from the Federal Reserve Bank and the International Monetary Fund that it steadied at 120.25 yen. A thoughtful and dignified editorial in the New York Times balanced the frightening story from Bill Brinsky on the front page by saying, "We are all about to live through this nation's most testing days. Let us show the world at least what our courage is made of, what our resolve is made of, and how the great ideal of a free democratic society can meet up to the most tragic and disastrous circumstances that nature or man can devise." As those words were flying off the presses in a special late exclusive edition at 2 o'clock Wednesday, a friend of the Duncan family in Willingboro, New Jersey, was returning home from a late shift at the telephone company when he passed by the Duncans' house and noticed that the Duncans' kitchen light was still lit. At first he thought that maybe Emmett had sneaked downstairs to raid the icebox, especially the way that everybody was rationing out their food now, and he thought nothing of it. But 2 hours later, he looked out of his bedroom window across the street and saw that the light was still burning. In green pajamas and a blue toweling bathrobe, he crossed the street, walked up between the laurel bushes by the Duncan's path, and rang the doorbell. He rang 5 times, but there was no reply. After a few minutes, he went around the back and tried to look into the kitchen, but the drapes were drawn across. Eventually, he shook the handle of the back door. To his surprise, it was open. He saw them almost immediately. Emmett Duncan was lying curled up on the floor in a sticky sea of vomit. His wife, Dora, had managed to drag herself through to the living room, but had collapsed behind the sofa. Jenny and Kate were both sitting with their faces against the kitchen table, as if they had fallen asleep. Only the whiteness of their faces and the diarrhea caked on their legs showed that they had died. The stench in the kitchen was hideous, and when Emmett's friend took one step forward, a seething cloud of blowflies rose up from the bodies and battered around the kitchen like some kind of nightmarish hailstorm. 8. Up in the hills in Topanga Canyon, Wednesday morning was as quiet and sunny as any other day. Only when Susan stepped out through the French doors to join Carl and Vi on the pool deck could she see the distant dark plumes of smoke which hung over Los Angeles like the black feathers of an old-fashioned funeral. And there was the smell, too, like burning cushions. Carl was dressed in a white safari suit, and he was already halfway through a large tumbler of tequila with salt around the rim. Vi was wearing a pink sundress and sandals, and she looked as if she hadn't slept. "No calls?" Susan asked. "I didn't think I was going to get sleep at all until you gave me those pills. They're amazing." "You feel better?" asked Carl. Then he glanced at Vi and said, "No, there were no calls. They mentioned Ed on the news once, but only to say that there wasn't any sign of him yet. I should think the police have got their hands full, without looking for people who can usually take care of themselves." "Well, that's Ed, all right," said Susan, rubbing her elbow as if she were cold and giving Carl an uncomfortable smile. "Do you want breakfast?" asked Vi. "I'll have to cook it myself. Maria hasn't arrived yet." "Has she phoned you? I mean, she's all right." Vi shook her head. "I don't know. There was a whole lot of shooting last night, especially around Palms and Culver City. I just hope I didn't make a mistake letting her go see her mother." "Have you called the police?" asked Susan. Carl took a mouthful of cold tequila and grimaced. "The police lines are permanently busy. We've been taking turns dialing Maria's mother's house, too, but we can't get any reply. I expect she's okay. She's a sensible girl, but my God, I never thought I'd live to see the world like this. Just look at those damn fires." Susan walked across to the breakfast table and sat down. There were 2 burned-down joints in the ashtray, 2 empty plates with the greasy remains of bacon and scrambled egg on them. She looked up at Vi, and she had to half close her eyes against the winking reflections from the pool. "Vi," she said, "I'm thinking of trying to make it back to South Burlington." Vi stared at her. "Are you crazy? What do you want to go back to South Burlington for?" "Well, for Ed. If he's going to go any place at all, he'll go to his farm." "But why, Susan? You came out here to get away from Ed. You came out here because you couldn't take Kansas any longer. Don't tell me you've forgotten how bad you were just a week ago. You were in pieces, and now you want to go back?" Carl put in, "Apart from that, Susan, think of the danger. There's no way you could possibly take Sally along with you for starters, and you couldn't fly. They said on the news this morning that all flights out of LAX and Burbank have been canceled, at least until the weekend, and private flying has been restricted to essential flights only." "Come on, Susan. The freeways are jammed solid by day. There are curfews in almost every single state at night. You'd never find any place to stay or any place to hide." "Carl," began Susan, but Carl raised his hand to quieten her. "There are vigilantes out there, Susan. Looters, hoodlums, rapists, you name it. And if they don't get you, the police or the National Guard probably will. I'm telling you straight. You wouldn't only be ill-advised if you went. you'd be dead. And I don't want to see Sally without a mother, or V without a sister, or me without a sister-in-law, if it comes to that." V squatted down beside her and said earnestly, "He's right, honey. You can't even think of going. If Ed wants to get back to you, you're going to have to leave it to him." "I feel like I've deserted him, just when he needed me most," said Susan. "Didn't you see the way he looked on television on Sunday? He looked so sincere, so straight. He was saying what he believed was right, and that's the way he's always been." "I know he has," argued V. "But think about it. Sincere and straight may be the breakfast of champions, but they may not be what you really need in your man. There is so much else required in a one-to-one relationship, apart from sincere and straight. What about alluring? What about devious? What about irritating, provoking, expansioning? Susan, you can't stand there like some suburban housewife from San Fernando and tell me that you and your female identity don't require more out of a marriage than sincere and straight, can you?" Susan lowered her eyes. She looked at the joints in the ashtray and the egg scrapings on the plates. "No," she whispered. "I guess I can't. I guess I do need more than Ed can give me." "So you'll stay?" "What about food? Things are going to be pretty lean from here on in. I can't take the food out of your mouth, nor yours, Carl, whatever you say." "We're pretty well stocked up here," smiled Carl. "V never did like marketing, so I guess we've got ourselves enough steak to last us through till Christmas." "We've even got a turkey for Thanksgiving," said V. "I bought 2 last year and froze one of them." "Let's hope we still have something to give thanks for," Susan said. And the tears that blurred her eyes were only partly provoked by the sunshine that skipped and dazzled on the pool. She was thinking of Ed, too, and even though they'd only been apart for a week, even though she'd begun to find a strange new energy in herself through the sexual and emotional stimulation of Granger Hughes, she missed Ed badly. She could just picture Ed raising his eyes from a copy of one of his tedious agricultural magazines and smiling at her with that amused, warm expression that meant, "I love you, and nobody else." She wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand. "I guess I'd better go see what Sally's doing," she said. She attempted a smile. "You were very good to me, both of you. I don't know what I'd do without you." "Your family," said Carl, as if that explained everything. Susan went back inside the house. Carl had switched off the air conditioning in response to a plea from the mayor to save as much energy as possible. But there was a crosswise wind blowing that morning from the ocean, and it was tolerably cool. She called, "Sally, are you dressed yet? Auntie V wants to know if we'd like some breakfast." There was no answer. She called, "Sally? Sally, are you upstairs?" Again there was silence. She frowned. She had seen Sally only a few minutes ago, taking off her pajamas and laying out her new blue checkered sundress. She said, "Sally," more quietly this time, and walked slowly towards the stairs. She was just about to put her foot on the first stair when Sally's voice from the kitchen said, "Mommy?" in such an odd and off-key way that Susan froze. She felt as if someone had slowly poured a carafe of ice-cold water down her back. Her hair tingled, and even her nipples rose. "Sally?" she asked in a trembly voice. Then she was rushing along the corridor into the kitchen and screaming, "Sally! Sally, what's wrong?" She burst through the white louvered kitchen door, and there they were, 5 of them, tall, greasy-haired, dressed in black leather jackets with chains and studs and pointed insignia. All of them except for the one who was holding Sally, who was blonde and almost angelic looking, and who was wearing a pale blue denim 2-piece suit and a white shirt and a pale blue bootlace tie. He was twisting Sally's arm around behind her back and gripping his forearm against her throat, and he was smiling. "Don't do anything silly, Mommy," he grinned. "I shouldn't like to have to waste your baby. She's too pretty to die." don't you think? Susan stood where she was, shuddering cold. My God, she said in a voice as splintered as pieces of broken mirror. My God, if you hurt her. One of the angels snorted in amusement. Ha! Kind of touching, huh, Oxnard? How very, said Oxnard. His face was white, much whiter than any of the others. So the grime on his cheekbones, where his motorcycle goggles had been, was far more pronounced. A really moving example of motherly love. Susan stared at Sally in horror. The wide-open eyes, the same straight nose as Ed's, the softness around the mouth that was hers. In her blue check dress, she looked as innocent and vulnerable as a baby bird. Mommy, appealed Sally. Mommy, he's hurting me. Susan looked at the angel called Oxnard. What do you want? She asked in an intense whisper. What is it you want? Oxnard kept on smiling. Another angel, with frizzy hair and a face full of red zits, started to mime the actions of playing a violin and humming a sentimental tune. The others shuffled their feet and laughed. Oxnard tugged his forearm a little closer under Sally's chin. What I want and what I need are two different things, he said in that sly, smiling voice. I need food. That's what I need. You see, most of our friends have left L.A., all lit out and left nothing, and there isn't a single cafe or diner or hamburger stand left open in the whole festering city, so I'm hungry, and so are my associates here, and we need food. That's what we've come for, and that's what we'll be satisfied with. But if you're talking about what I want, that's different. What I want is to shove 7 inches of stiff intellectual pecker right down your gorgeous throat. Susan stood rigid, the muscles in her cheeks pronounced, her thin fingers clenched into narrow fists. My sister and her husband are outside, she said. In a minute or two, they're going to miss me. They're going to come looking, and what are you going to do then? Oxnard looked around at the rest of the angels, and then snorted. You think we're cowards? You think we're scared of your sister and her husband? You're cowardly enough to frighten a little girl, snapped Susan. Oh, now come along, said Oxnard softly. You know festering well why we've got your little girl. Nothing to do with cowardice, just practicality. Seeing as how every smug middle-class canyon dweller who's afraid of being molested by real people has gotten himself a gun these days. And the best protection against the wild shooting of canyon dwellers is a child hostage. Don't you agree? Susan said, You'll have to talk to my sister's husband. He's got the key to the freezer. If you want food, that's where it is. Oxnard, still holding Sally tight against him, held out his free hand towards the angel standing on his left. The angel, unshaved, with the oddly flat face of a boxer, reached into his leather jacket and dragged out a huge black revolver. Oxnard took it, hefted it in his hand, and then pointed it directly at the top of Sally's head. Call him, he said. Call your sister's husband. Go ahead, and tell him that if he jumps or rushes or does anything sudden at all, then it's going to be Cortex omelet all round. You got me? Susan stared at him, feeling as chilled as an ice queen. Why are you doing this? She asked him. You're educated, aren't you? Why? Oxnard grinned. Education, as they always used to tell me, is nothing more than a tool for getting what you need out of life. He paused, and then he said, And what you want? Susan asked him in a quivering voice. You want me to do something for you? Would you let her go if I did that? Oh, laughed Oxnard. Now we're getting into it. Can I hear you actually offering? If it means you'll let my daughter go, then yes, said Susan simply. Let her go and make sure she doesn't see what happens, and then you can do whatever you want. Oxnard looked down at the small girl he was pressing against his chest. I need the food as well, he said carefully. Why don't you call your sister's husband first, and your sister too? Susan was silent for almost half a minute. Then she said, That's a deal, though, is it? Can I trust you that much? The angels giggled. and Oxnard slowly shook his head. "You can't trust me at all, Honeybuns. I've never made a commitment yet, and I'm not about to make one now. But sure, if that's what you want to believe, then go right ahead and believe it. Now call your sister's festering husband before I start to lose my patience. You don't want to see this kitchen redecorated with the inside of your pretty little daughter's head, do you?" Susan backed slowly across to the kitchen door. She didn't take her eyes off Oxnard for one moment. She turned her head slightly without turning her eyes and called, "Carl! Carl!" Carl and V came together. They could hear something was wrong, but they didn't know what. And by the time they walked into the kitchen, it was too late to do anything about it. Carl looked at the angels lounging against his pine table, and his Neff oven, and his red custom enamel sink unit, and said, "What the hell do you animals think you're doing?" Oxnard carefully and deliberately cocked his revolver. "You just watch who you're calling an animal, you half-assed canyon dweller. I've already explained to Mommy here what it is we need and what it is we want, and I think we're pretty close to a deal." Susan said, "Carl, they need food. They want cans and frozen stuff, I guess. I had to tell them that you had the key to the freezer." Carl nodded. He went to the kitchen cupboard, hesitated, and raised his hands so that Oxnard could see that he wasn't playing games, and then opened the cupboard up. He took out a key ring with 2 small chrome keys on it and tossed it over. The angel with the boxer's face caught it and winked in appreciation. "Thanks, mister." "That's it then," said Carl. "Take the food and let the girl go. Just take whatever you need." "Well, that isn't everything," said Oxnard slowly. "The deal was that we take the food because we're hungry, but we let the girl go because we're going to have some fun with Mommy here. Not to mention Mommy's sister." Carl lunged forward red-faced. "You'll lay one filthy finger on—" He started, but Oxnard thrust his revolver right up against Sally's head and shrieked. "You want me to kill her? Right in front of you? Is that what you want? Jesus Christ!" There was one split second when they were all mad with the fear and tension of what was happening, when Susan could see nothing in front of her eyes but boiling scarlet, and feel nothing in her nerves but total fright. Then, with a slow breath, Carl backed off, one step at a time, until he was standing beside V and Susan, breathing like a man who's run a mile in 5 minutes. "What do you want to do?" he asked, in an ashy voice. "Susan? V? Can you live with any of this?" Susan said, "Carl, I'm going to have to. If I don't live with it, then Sally's going to die with it, and that's all." She hesitated, and then she said, "V wasn't part of the deal, though. You hear me, Oxnard? My sister wasn't any part of the deal. You can't ask anything of her." Oxnard frowned. "I don't understand you," he said. "It seems to me that as long as I'm holding a loaded magnum up against your sweet little daughter's head, I can ask anything of anybody who cares about her." Another cold pause, and then V turned pale-faced to Susan and said, "Susan, we can't let them kill her. For God's sake." Carl growled, "You morons will die for this. I mean it. Every last one of you will die." "He's very dramatic, don't you think so, Oxnard?" one of the angels asked, and Oxnard grinned and nodded. "He's a thespian," said Oxnard. "A thespian?" asked the angel with wild hair and zits. "That's right. That's intellectual talk for over-aggressive, overacting, worn-out, used-up, suburban asshole." "Your gun makes you strong, that's all," quivered Carl. "That's right," agreed Oxnard. "It's a good thing I've got it, don't you agree? Now, why don't you go sit on that breakfast stool over there and keep quiet, and why don't you 2 ladies start stripping off ready, huh?" Susan said, "Not in front of the child. You promised. I'm not doing anything in front of the child." Oxnard snapped, Lady, unless you perform in front of this child, then this child is going to perform in front of you. And let me tell you one thing from personal experience. Only one personal experience, mind you, but one is quite enough. Dying is a very much less pleasing performance than fucking. You've killed someone before? Asked Season, coldly. Oxnard nodded. That's right. Now strip off. Carl said, Listen, you. Whatever your name is, there's no way you hear me. There's absolutely no way. Oxnard said, They call me Oxnard, if you must know, on account of the fact that I come from Oxnard. My real name is Charles. Isn't he too much? Giggled one of the angels. Charles, for Christ's sake. There was a fraught silence. Then Season, with complete dignity, unbuttoned her white broderie anglaise sundress and shrugged it off her shoulders. Underneath, she was naked, her skin still that bright bronze color of a fresh suntan. Oxnard smiled, and the rest of the angels whistled and laughed. You can do what you want, said Season tightly, but you'll have to take my daughter out of here. Oxnard thought about it for a while, and then said, Okay, it's a reasonable, clean 100% American request. Carlo, you want to take the gun? And Shirley Temple here. Keep her out of the living room until I call you. But one thing, if I tell you to waste her, you waste her, and quick. Let's not make any mistakes about that. The angel with the frizzy hair took the magnum, gripped Sally's wrist, and pushed her out of the kitchen. He grinned at Season as he passed by and said, Nice tits, lady. Real nice tits. I'll catch you later. Sally, swallowing in fear, said, Mommy, Mommy, what are they going to do? But Season simply shook her head and tried to smile. There were too many tears choked up in her throat for the words to come out. Oxnard rapped to V. Come on, honey, you too. Get it all off. V hesitated for a moment, but then she tugged her pink sundress over her head and dropped it to the floor. She was even skinnier than Season, with a dark mahogany suntan from years in California. There were faint semicircular scars under her breasts where she had had them lifted. Oxnard looked appreciatively from one sister to the other. Well now, he said, isn't that the neatest pair of canyon-dwelling women you ever saw? Carl held his hand across his mouth as Oxnard stripped off his jacket, unbuckled his belt, and kicked off his pants. Oxnard nodded to the tallest angel, who wore a soiled red rag around his head, and said, Hold that, Flake. Hold him tight, and if he tries to make trouble, break his festering fingers. Then Oxnard suddenly reddened and shouted, Okay, okay. We're going to have ourselves some fun here. You know what I mean? Fun. You come here, Mommy, and stand in front of this fancy sink. That's right, facing the window. Now spread 'em. That's right, spread 'em. You hear me? I want to see your ass. Chilly with fear, Season stood by the sink, gripping the draining board and staring sightlessly out of the window at the flickering palm trees in the front garden. Oxnard, wearing nothing now but his shirt, his bootlace tie, and a pair of dirty white moccasins, grasped the cheeks of the bottom and fondled them with hard, searching fingers. Think you're going to get out of this easy, huh? He whispered loudly in Season's ear. His breath smelled of scope. Think you can just close your eyes and pretend that nothing's happening, that it's just another pecker in life's never-ending parade of peckers? That's what you think, huh? Well, let's make it more difficult for you, shall we? Let's make it a little more memorable. He turned around and strode across the kitchen, absurd in his shirt and his sneakers, but somehow even more menacing because of his absurdity. Carl tried to push his way forward, but the tall angel's muscular grip pulled him back. You're crazy, shouted Carl. You know that. You're out of your polluted little brain. The tall angel knocked him hard in the side of his head with his pointed knuckles, and Carl staggered. V, naked and defenseless, said, "For God's sake, leave him alone." But the angel simply bared his teeth at her in a mock animal snarl. Oxnard pulled open one kitchen cupboard after another and dragged all the spices and cans and cups and bottles onto the floor in a clattering cascade. Red pepper was sprayed across the tiles, along with sugar and coffee and broken china and scattered spoons. "Oil! That's what I want, oil!" raged Oxnard. "Good, slippery, lubricating oil." In the end cupboard by the ovens, he discovered a plastic bottle of Mazzola. "There," he said, staring wildly from one angel to the other. "A good, clean U.S. product for a good, filthy, un-American purpose." He turned around to V and said, "Come here. Come on. You can have the privilege of joining in this little erotic stunt." "Bastard!" howled Carl. "Maniac!" But the angel punched him again, in the mouth this time, and knocked out one of his teeth. Carl spat strings of blood and went down onto his knees. One of the other angels was giggling so much by now that he sounded as if he was going to choke. Seizing V's wrist, Oxnard forced her to crouch down on the floor in front of the sink, right between Season's wide-apart thighs. "Now you're sisters, aren't you?" breathed Oxnard. "You should get on well together, in every possible way. You can start giving her a tongue job, sweetie, while I start doing what I want to do." V blinked up at him in fright. "You understand what I'm saying?" shrieked Oxnard. "Do it, or I'll have that niece of yours blown to pieces." Shaking uncontrollably, V raised her face. Above her, Season whispered, "Do it, V. It's not going to harm us. I love you, and I always will." "That's right," smiled Oxnard. "Sisterly love incarnate. Or should I say, carnal. Come on, let's see some enthusiasm down there. Let's see you get your mouth round it." V began to weep, silently. But as she wept, she did what she was told, and thrust her tongue deeper between her sister's thighs. Oxnard watched her appreciatively for a while. Then he asked Season under his breath, "You know what I'm going to do?" "That's right, you guessed it. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to need your help. So when I start to push, you'd better start pushing back." Season nodded dumbly, her eyes still closed. All she was thinking was, "Do it. Do it. For the love of everything in the whole world, do it, and then let me alone." "Push," commanded Oxnard. One of the angels whooped and said, "That's doing it, Oxnard. That's really doing it." "Push," Oxnard shouted, even louder. Season pushed, but her muscles were too clenched, and she couldn't admit him even a half-inch. He furiously grabbed a handful of her hair and wrenched it so hard that she could hear the roots tearing. "Push," he told her, "and this time don't fight me, because if you fight me, I'm going to kill your little girl, and you too, and everybody in the whole festering house. You think the cops are going to care? The whole of L.A. is littered with dead people. You think they're going to care about one or two more?" Season fought back the panic, which was rising in her chest. "Okay," she said, in a barely audible whisper, "if that's what you want." Gradually, gritting her teeth, she opened herself up to him. He grunted with effort as he worked his way up inside her. She could feel nothing but intense, wincing pain as her mind said, "Yes, you have to," but her body resisted. For a few seconds, the three of them were twisted and locked together in a painful tableau of mutual hatred and physical stress. "Isn't this it?" panted Oxnard. "Isn't this it? Don't you dumb, screwed-up, canyon-dwelling broads do anything for kicks? Don't you know that a woman with any class would rather die than do this, you cheap cunts?" From outside the house, without warning, there was a dull, echoless thump. Oxnard raised his head. "What was that?" he said. "Gene, what the hell was that?" Immediately, Without any conscious effort, Season expelled him. There was another thump, louder than the first. The angel called Jean, opened the kitchen door, and went out onto the white-painted wooden landing outside. Season, clenched up and shaking, backed away from the sink, and V climbed slowly to her feet. "Oxnard, it's the bikes, damn it!" yelped Jean. "Somebody's blown up the bikes!" Oxnard shouted, "What? What the hell do you mean?" and stormed across to the door. Outside the house on the driveway, the angels had parked their 5 motorcycles, and now 2 of them were blazing fiercely. "That's my bike!" yelled Oxnard. "That's my BMW, for God's sake!" He started to scamper down the wooden stairs, his shirt tails flapping in the breeze. The angel called Jean followed closely behind him. Together, they ran across the driveway until they reached the fiery motorcycles, shielding their faces against the flames. But it was far too late. The motorcycle's polished chrome was already browned from heat, and the fuel tanks were spouting blazing fuel all over the cylinders. The air rippled, and there was a strong smell of burning rubber. Oxnard turned around. "If those people did this," he raged, "if any one of those people did this." He didn't get the chance to say any more. There was a sharp, distinctive crack, which any expert would have recognized as the report of a powerful hunting rifle. Oxnard's shirt was blasted with a pattern of bright red blood, and he toppled backwards, as if someone had given him a shove in the chest. The angel who had been holding Carl said, "What goes on out there?" and took 2 or 3 steps towards the door. Carl lunged for the cutlery drawer, tugged it right out onto the floor with a crash, and scrabbled for a knife. The other angel tried to stop him, but Carl shoved him away with his elbow. The angel missed his footing, reached for the edge of the sink, and steadied himself. But then Carl was on top of him with maddened ferocity, both arms upraised and a 12-inch carving knife in each hand. The angel raised one hand to protect himself, but Carl's first carving knife chopped right through the palm of his hand and out through the back. The second knife caught the angel in the side of the neck and crunched almost 6 inches through solid muscle. The boy reeled, bleeding, and trying uselessly to shake the first knife out of his hand. The tall angel at the door had gone by now, running down the outside stairs and trying to reach his bike. There was another brisk rifle shot, and he staggered, tripped, and toppled sideways into a flower bed, dying noisily amongst the azaleas. Season, almost blind with fear, ran through to the living room. She said, "Sally, Sally," in a voice that didn't even sound like her own. But as soon as she saw what had happened, she slowed and lowered her arms and walked the rest of the way across the floor as if she were being filmed in slow motion. She was suddenly aware of the sunlight and the breeze and billowy drapes that rose and fell. Granger Hughes was standing in the center of the room, smiling and holding Sally's hand. The only sign that the angel called Carlo had been there was his black Magnum revolver on the glass-topped coffee table and a broken lampshade. As Season knelt down in front of Sally and reached out her arms for her, quivering with the fright of what had happened, her eyes glistening with tears, Granger laid his hands on both of them in what was almost a benediction. A young man in a clipped brown beard and a black T-shirt came in through the French windows, holding a rifle over his arm. "That's all of them," he reported quietly. Season hugged Sally closer and cried. They both cried. Then Carl came in with V, dabbing his mouth with a bloody kitchen towel. "Are you okay?" asked Granger. "Thanks to you, yes," said Carl. He looked down at his safari suit and realized it was splashed in squiggles of the angel's blood. "My God, I don't know what happened. How did you get here?" "I was coming up this morning to see if you wanted to join us down at the Church of the Practical Miracle," said Granger gently, and almost absent-mindedly stroking Season's hair. "When we drove up from the road, we saw the bikes, that's all. We were suspicious about what was going on, so Helmet here went around the back to the pool deck and saw one of the angels in the living room with Sally. The dull bulb had laid his gun down on the table. I guess he didn't think he was going to get any trouble from a 9-year-old girl. So Helmet crept in behind him and gave him the benefit of 5 years' karate lessons." "Is he dead?" asked Carl. Helmet, the bearded one, rubbed his knuckles. "If he isn't," he grinned, "he'll be lying there wishing he was." "Now then," Granger admonished him, "love thine enemy even in defeat." Carl pulled a Mexican blanket off the sofa, brought it across, and draped it around Season's shoulders. V had already pulled on her sundress again, although it was back to front. "We're all pretty shocked," Carl told Granger. "I guess Season and V are both going to feel like a good hot soak in the tub, and we're all going to need a brandy. You'll have to forgive us if we act a little odd. I thought we were all going to die for a moment there, and what these girls have been through doesn't bear thinking about." "I'd like to stay and help if I can," said Granger, "but won't you think about coming down to join us? From what I hear, there are mobs attacking private houses all over. We saw 5 or 6 houses burning along Topanga Canyon alone." "Is it really that serious?" asked V unsteadily. "Oh, it's serious, all right," nodded Granger. "And by the looks of it, it's going to get a whole lot worse. Have you heard the news about all food less than 3 weeks old being contaminated? And I mean all food." "We heard it on the news," said Carl. "They said it was only a rumor, unconfirmed." "I don't think so," said Granger, shaking his head. "I wish it were." Carl said, "So what's your congregation going to do? Pull their food? Try to survive by sticking together?" "That's right," said Granger. "From what I hear, groups of people are getting together all over the country for their mutual protection. I mean, Carl, there aren't just angels out there now. There are organized mobs of looters. And our particular advantage at the Church of the Practical Miracle is that one of my oldest friends is Mike Bull, who runs the Hughes supermarket on Highland. He has a whole stockroom of food down there, which he managed to keep out of the hands of the looters. He called me last night and asked if I could get together about 100 really trustworthy and responsible people so that we could barricade ourselves in with all that food and try to weather this whole crisis through." "What about the contaminated food?" asked V. "Oh, that's easy. Mike's a supermarket manager, so he knows all the dating codes. He won't feed us with anything risky." Season stood up. She was very pale, and for the first time she felt the acute muscular pain of what Oxnard had done to her. Reality was just beginning to jangle through the soundproofing of shock. "Can we really justify shutting ourselves in with all that food while other people starve?" she asked Granger. "Is that really what Christ would have advocated?" Granger stared at her for a long moment. "Christ said, 'There is no man that hath left house, or parents, or brethren, or wife, or children, for the kingdom of God's sake, who shall not receive manifold more in this present time, and in the world to come life everlasting.'" He reached out his hand for her, but she did not take it or acknowledge it. She said simply, "I was violated today by a man who seemed to believe that the only moral he had to observe before taking anything or assaulting anyone was that he should want to. The effect that his behavior had on other people didn't matter as far as he was concerned. Shock them, frighten them. So what? Well, I'll tell you so what. He hurt me beyond belief and humiliated my sister in front of her husband. And I'm afraid the way you're talking now, Granger, and the way you've acted towards me since I've been here, well, they're both nothing more than less obvious and less offensive examples of the same moral attitude." She laid her arm around Sally's shoulders and said, "You saved Sally's life, And you saved the rest of us, too. I'm very grateful, and it's a debt I won't ever be able to repay you. But as far as your church is concerned, and as far as your own personality is concerned, I think I've seen them today for what they are, or at least for what they could be. I don't like people who take what they want by force, Granger, and I don't like people who believe that they are chosen by God and free of the rules of kindness and sharing that are supposed to govern the rest of us. Now, if you'll excuse me. Granger gave Helmut a backwards glance to see if he was listening, and then turned back to Season. Quite a preacher yourself, he told her, with unexpected sourness. But then he smiled, remembering himself, and said solicitously, Well, you've been through a bad time. I can understand that you're feeling kind of off balance, so the offer's still open. You can come down to the supermarket and join us if you want, provided you get there before midnight tonight, because that's when we're going to start barricading ourselves in. Thank you, Season whispered. As for that other stuff, went on Granger, maybe you'll feel better when you've washed the stench of that animal off of you and forgotten the stink of his breath. Season stood up straight, and the blanket slipped down her shoulders a little, baring her neck. Actually, she said, almost hysterically, he used scope. Granger watched her lead Sally towards the staircase, walking awkwardly as an automaton, and climb the stairs. He blinked at Carl and V in perplexity and said, Scope? Carl said, Thanks for the rescue, Granger. I mean it, sincerely. You saved us, and you too, Helmut. And Granger, don't worry too much about Season. If you went through what she's just been through and talked half as much sense, then you'd be twice the preacher you are now. Carl, said Granger, I'm not sure that anybody's talking sense. The whole darn world's gone out of its head. 9. In a special news flash on Wednesday evening, at 9 o'clock Central Time, the President of the United States confirmed that all food produce containing cereals, and that includes processed meats, breads, cookies, pastas, beers, and spirits, must now come under suspicion of having been contaminated with heavy cobalt radiation. As a general rule, foodstuffs produced more than 3 weeks ago can be considered safe, provided, of course, they are canned or frozen or still fresh. But if you are in doubt, a more detailed explanation will be broadcast immediately after this message on your local television station and on your local radio. You will also be able to obtain leaflets from your city hall or local citizen center. The President, looking 20 years older than he had the previous week, and with a pronounced stutter, went on to say that everybody should stay at home unless essential business takes them out. He was asked if he could now confirm that there was a communist plot to overthrow the United States by starving us out. He said tiredly, I can neither confirm nor deny such a plot at this stage of the crisis. After the newsflash, the President was called urgently back to the Oval Office. Top secret report had just arrived from the Office of the Secretary of Health and Scientific Affairs. The President read the report slowly, watched by his 2 closest friends and personal aides. When he had finished reading it at 10:13 p.m., he said, and collapsed. He was rushed at once to the Walter Reed Army Medical Center, where he was confined to an oxygen tent. His doctors agreed that he was suffering from overwork, high blood pressure, and severe stress. The health report revealed that there had been 35 cases of fatal botulism throughout the preceding 48 hours. They had occurred all over the continent, from New Jersey to Arizona, from Texas to Alaska. In each case, the carrier had been a canned food product, not necessarily from the same manufacturer and not necessarily the same variety of foodstuff, but every can that had been inspected by government health researchers had been punctured by a tiny hole, so small that the contents did not even leak, and in some cases the hole had been resealed by a dab of candle wax. The Secretary of Health concluded that it must be beyond serious doubt that some malevolent agency has deliberately and in a calculated manner introduced Clostridium botulinum into a random variety of canned foods throughout the nation. Therefore, as grave as I realize the implications of such a recommendation must be, I have to put forward the urgent suggestion that the sale of all canned foods in the United States be immediately suspended pending more detailed investigation. Acting alone, the Vice President sent desperate appeals for canned, dried, and frozen foods to the EEC nations, to Japan, China, and even to the USSR. The first response, even from our allies, was guarded. If the United States was really on the verge of economic and social collapse, then it was almost inevitable that the future of world politics would be heavily centered on the Soviet Union, and few nations were keen to mortgage their future by helping the United States too enthusiastically. The Soviet Union regretted the crisis in the United States of America, but unfortunately had no surplus foodstuffs to spare. The vice president ripped up their telegram, but conceded that at least they had shown the good grace not to mention the Afghanistan grain embargo. At 7 o'clock on Thursday morning, the vice president announced on television that the sale of all canned foodstuffs was banned. Although he was humane enough to suggest that those who have no other food whatsoever and who were obliged to eat canned foods should exhaustively inspect the exterior of any can for pinholes possibly concealed by wax. Over 76 new cases of botulism had been reported during the night, all of them fatal. For the first time in its history, Time magazine was published that week with a black border around its cover, instead of its traditional red. It was probably appropriate because it was the last ever edition. Its cover story, Famine USA. Federal experts now estimated that even the best-stocked American homes had only sufficient usable foodstuffs to carry their families through 3 more weeks. Most poorer, urban families, however, were down to their last few cans. And now cans were under suspicion, too. They virtually had no food to eat at all. Heavily guarded food distribution centers were set up in the major cities, giving out packages that had been flown into New York, Boston, Washington, Los Angeles, Houston, Seattle, and Chicago from Britain and Denmark. American families who just 2 weeks ago had been eating steak, sweet potatoes, corn, fresh fruit, and any variety of ice cream they wanted now found themselves reduced to dried eggs, British chocolate, malt extract, margarine, and small cans of Danish processed pork. In Houston, 3 men were shot by National Guardsmen when they tried to break into the food distribution center on Harrisburg Boulevard with machine guns. Time said, "This week, Americans are feeling their first real pangs of hunger. After only 2 weeks of blight and catastrophe, they are actually beginning to understand what it means to go without." During the 3 hours that followed the vice president's announcement of a ban on canned foods, there were more than 17,000 suicides or attempted suicides throughout the United States. The Harvard psychologist, Dr. Leo Wolpers, called it the total despair syndrome. He said, "People have lost their confidence in tomorrow." Hundreds of thousands of Americans tried to escape the country by boat, and a harassed Coast Guard spent hours trying to turn back dinghies and catamarans and fishing smacks, all overloaded with desperate people with suitcases. Many of the boats were so overcrowded that they sank as soon as they reached the open sea. The Boston Globe printed on its back page, without caption and without comment, 2 photographs side by side. One of the Vietnamese boat people and one of the American boat people. In the House, Representative George Meacher of Tennessee asked in an emotional speech how this magnificent democracy of ours, founded on liberty, freedom, and honor, could be brought low in 2 weeks by a virus, an isotope, and a disease of the gut. Nobody could answer him. Looting, homicide, arson, rape, and cases of crazy and suicidal driving were reported by the thousand. Most police forces could do nothing more than patrol the streets and try to keep their cities and suburbs as quiet as possible. A woman died in childbirth on the sidewalk outside the Waldorf Astoria in New York because there were no doctors available, no ambulances, and most of Park Avenue was blocked with abandoned cars. In San Quentin Prison, 86 inmates who attempted to escape because they were mad with hunger were shot dead. 2 half-naked teenage girls from respectable Back Bay families were found wandering around downtown Boston in a state of shock after being kidnapped from outside their homes and raped more than 20 times each by marauding white hoodlums. Thursday was the day that most newspapers stopped printing, that the last few gas stations closed down, that power blackouts began to darken thousands of square miles of the eastern seaboard. There was a terrible wildness in the air, a terrible panic that nobody who lived through the first days of the famine could ever forget. One journalist remembered climbing Coit Tower in San Francisco and staring out for hours over a city that flowered with foes and echoed with shots and howled with the sirens of the helpless police. Above everything, though, he said, I could hear the cries and shrieks of a people who felt as if they had been abandoned by democracy, abandoned by capitalism, abandoned by peace, and abandoned by plenty. A people who more than anything else felt they had been deserted by God. During Thursday, the phone rang again and again at the Snowman's house on Topanga Canyon. Nobody answered it until late on Thursday evening, when a motorcycle cop who had been checking houses for squatters and looters picked it up and said, They've all gone. This is the police. Are they all right? Asked the voice at the other end. Who knows, friend? We've got chaos here. A bad brush faux burning. It could be any place at all. When nobody's left a forwarding address? The cop gave a cursory look around. Not that I can see, he said. Looks like they just lit out. They didn't even lock the doors. There was a pause, and then the voice said, Can you do me a favor? Sure, you name it. Can you write on the wall someplace that Ed Hardesty called from South Burlington Farm in Kansas, and that I'm going to try to make my way to L.A.? The cop took out his pencil and jotted the message down. South Burlington? He asked. That's right. Okay, then, I got you. I'll do that. Thanks a whole lot. If this situation ever mends itself, come around to the house you're at and claim yourself a case of whiskey. The cop grinned. Tell you the truth, I'm a vodka man. 10. Ed carefully set the telephone back in its cradle and looked across the living room at Karen. Then, while she watched him, he stood up and walked to the window, staring out at the front yard of South Burlington Farm the same way he used to when he was a boy. Well? Asked Karen. Weren't they there? That was a cop, Ed told her, taking out a cigarette and lighting it slowly. He breathed out smoke. He said the house was empty. Even the doors had been left unlocked. Well, they've probably gone to stay somewhere safer, Karen suggested. The way I heard it on the news, a whole lot of people are banding together to protect themselves from looters and Hell's Angels and people like that. Maybe they found some kind of sanctuary. Ed leaned against the window pane. Outside, the sun was gradually eating its way into the roof of the stables opposite. The sky had flushed the color of ripe strawberries. To a city dweller, an evening like this on a Kansas wheat farm would have looked idyllic. To a farmer, the overwhelming silence, right in the peak of the early harvesting season, was ominous. The tractors were all parked and covered with tarps. The stables were empty and quiet. A single door banged and banged in the warm breeze that had risen on the prairie. "I used to believe that this was God's own country," said Ed. "Now I'm not so sure." Karen said nothing, but came across to stand beside him. She was wearing a pale blue blouse that belonged to Season, and a pair of Season's baggy denim jeans. Her hair was drawn back, the way Season often drew hers back, and tied with a ribbon. "You'll find them," she said gently. "You know you will." Ed looked at her. "Yes," he said, unconvinced. At that moment, Della came down from the bathroom, showered and smelling of Goya talcum. She had dressed herself in one of Ed's green gingham shirts, with the sleeves rolled up and the front unbuttoned right the way down to her navel. She had washed her hair, and it was wet and combed Shanana style. "I just looked in on Shearson," she said. "He's sleeping." "Again?" asked Karen. "I think he's trying to retreat from reality," Della remarked. She went to the cocktail cabinet and, uninvited, poured herself a bourbon. Ed said, "Help yourself to a drink." But his sarcasm didn't faze her in the least. She came to the window and possessively curled her arm around his waist and kissed him on the cheek. Karen gave them both a tight lemon at the party kind of a smile. "Shearson can't imagine a world without food," said Della. "Therefore, he's decided to withdraw from it completely until it all gets back to normal. If this famine goes on, he'll probably sleep like a baby until he dies of starvation in his bed." "How's Peter?" asked Karen. Della swallowed bourbon. "Peter's okay. I think he's got used to the idea that he's going to be better off if he cooperates. Peter's enough of a political manager to know what kind of a jam he's in. In his case, I think a little plea bargaining is going to go a long way." "You still think you're going to be able to bring Shearson to court?" "I don't know," said Della. "But until I get orders to the contrary, he's under arrest, charged with fraud and misappropriation of funds and more federal bank offenses than you can mention. And that's the way it's going to stay." Peter Kaiser appeared in the doorway, dressed in an ill-fitting, short-sleeved shirt in bright orange and a pair of creased khaki slacks that were too wide around the waistband and 3 inches too short around his ankles. "Well, well," said Karen. "How's Waikiki Beach today?" Peter didn't even answer. He sat himself on the end of the sofa, clutching himself as if he was beginning to feel the cold, and looked steadfastly miserable. "You want a drink?" asked Ed. "There's some bourbon left, or a little sherry." No, thanks," Peter told him. Della said, "You're not in cell block 11 yet, Peter. Don't look so unhappy." Peter looked up. "You think I'm unhappy because of that? You think your half-assed threats of arraignment mean anything at all? You could stick your arraignment right where the camel stuck his dates. I'm worried about my mother, if you must know. I tried to call her this morning, but all the lines to Washington are out." "Well, I got through to L.A. just now," said Ed. "Maybe they're only out for an hour or two." "What do you care?" asked Peter. Ed stared at him. "I care because I have people of my own to think of, just the way you're thinking about your mother. Now have a drink, for Christ's sake, and stop looking so damned depressed." They had been staying at South Burlington Farm since early Tuesday afternoon, and the tension between them hadn't been improved by the rapidly worsening famine bulletins on the television. There was sufficient canned and frozen food at the farm to keep them going for another week or two if they were lucky, but after that they knew they were going to be out on their own. They had hoped to be able to stay for a month, but the president's announcement on Wednesday evening had meant that over 60% of their food had had to be thrown away. Ed had opened all the suspected cans and dug the food into the ground in case they were tempted to open them later, when they were hungrier and far less anxious about the risks of botulism. On Tuesday morning, after capturing Shearson, they had stopped just outside of Fall River at a roadside diner, where Della had put in a call to the FBI office in Wichita. There had been no reply, she said, so she had tried calling Kansas City. The bureau chief there had told her not to risk bringing Senator Jones across country to Kansas City until the famine situation had normalized itself. He had warned her not to try handing him over in Wichita either, since there had been fierce demonstrations and looting in the center of town, and the mayor had declared an area bounded by 13th Street to the north, Hillside Avenue to the east, Pawnee Avenue to the south, and the Highway 81 bypass to the west, totally under 24-hour curfew and a shoot-on-sight regulation for anyone found on the streets. Ed had painstakingly bypassed Wichita by driving south on 77 to Winfield and cutting across home to Kingman County through Wellington and Harper. Shearson had sat in the back, sweating and complaining. Karen had fallen asleep with her head against the Chevy wagon's window. Peter Kaiser, from time to time, had said, "This is completely illegal, you know. We have the right of habeas corpus. Even derelicts have the rights of habeas corpus." Della, still holding the pump gun across her knee, had said, "I hope you're not trying to tell me that you're as good as derelicts. Even derelicts live their lives by some kind of a moral code." Shearson had grumbled, "Don't women make you ill? A rotten woman is as bad for your stomach as a rotten steamer." Ed had been nervous, approaching the ranch again. He had wondered, for one hopeless moment, if Season and Sally had made it back to Kansas, but he knew damned well that there were no flights from California, or anywhere else for that matter. He had also wondered more realistically if the farm had been looted while he was away, or burned by vengeful neighbors who had seen his Sunday evening broadcast and assumed that he had somehow been involved in Shearson's blight crisis scam himself, or if Willard and Dyson and Jack Marowitz had decided to abandon the farm and head for the city. He had stopped at the gates to South Burlington. A large, crudely scrawled notice board had been erected by the farm insignia, proclaiming, "Private land, trespassers shot." He had driven the Chevy Suburban a short way along the dusty entrance road and then stopped, flashing his headlamps and sounding his horn. Slowly, keeping the wagon covered with a shotgun, Dyson Kane had emerged from behind the nearby fence. "Dyson," Ed had shouted out. "It's me, Ed. I brought a few friends along with me." "Friends, he calls us," Shearson had remarked with heavy irony. "They're very droll, these farmers, aren't they? As well as mischievous." Dyson had taken a few suspicious steps nearer. "They're really friends?" he had asked. "None of those people are holding a gun on you, are they?" "It's all okay," Ed had answered. "Look, this is Mrs. Della McIntosh. She came around at the weekend." Dyson had walked right up to the side of the wagon and taken a look inside. "Well now," he had said, reaching across to shake Ed's hand. "And isn't that Senator Shearson Jones you got in back?" "That's right," Ed had told him. "I'll tell you all about it up at the farm. You want a ride?" "It'll have to be later," Dyson explained. "I'm on guard duty right now. We had 2 or 3 pretty nasty bunches of looters around yesterday afternoon. They're looking for anything they can lay their hands on, particularly livestock. They're all armed, too, and if things get any worse, I reckon they're going to start killing people." "Okay," said Ed. "You got something to drink out here? Do you want me to send some sandwiches down? I could go a couple of BLTs, smiled Dyson. Unfortunately, we don't have any L, and we're all out of T's, but you can send one of the kids down with a round of B. You got it, Ed had said, and driven the wagon the rest of the way up to the farmhouse, with red dust trailing from the wheels. Apart from occasional bands of scavengers, South Burlington Farm hadn't seen much of the disastrous rioting and burning that had scarred America on Sunday evening and Monday morning. Kansas wheat farmers, those who lived on their spreads, were quiet and reserved and dogged, and they met disaster with quiet, God-fearing bitterness rather than hysteria. Out here in Kingman County, there had been too many droughts and too many lost crops for folks to panic when they heard there were tough times up ahead. Still, Willard had taken sensible precautions. As well as arranging a guard duty roster, he had brought in some of the farm workers from outlying houses and given them temporary accommodation in his own cottage and in the apartments over the stables and the garages, which used to be occupied by stable boys in the days before motor tractors and jeeps. He had put Jack Merowitz in charge of rationing, and Jack had divided up the remaining food supplies on the farm according to their nutritional value and the size of the farm workers' families. 4 families had chosen to leave and join their relatives in Hutchinson and Emporia and Lehigh, and since most of the acreage was blackened now and rotting, and there wasn't the slightest prospect of a harvest, even a drastically reduced one, Willard had given all of them permission to go. In all, South Burlington Farm had been left with 23 men, women, and children, apart from Ed, Della, Karen, Peter Kaiser, and the obese and slumbering senior senator for Kansas. Ed had called his mother in Independence 5 times, hoping to get her to join them, but each time the phone had rung, and nobody had answered. He had had to give up. Peter Kaiser said, "You can't hold us here forever, you know. Sooner or later, you're going to have to do something positive." "That's for Della to decide," Ed told him. "She represents the law around here." "It doesn't matter to me if she represents the International House of Pancakes. She can't legally hold us without formal charges and without giving us the chance to call a lawyer." Ed crushed his cigarette out in an ashtray that had been given to him in New York by Donaldson, Lufkin, and Jimrette. "Where else are you going to go?" he demanded. "Out there, where people are tearing each other to shreds for the sake of a few cans of baked beans?" "I have to get back to Washington," Peter protested, sulkily. "I have to get back, and there isn't a damn thing you can do to stop me." "Talk sense, for Christ's sake," Ed told him. "If there was any kind of law and order out there, don't you seriously think that someone would have come looking for Senator Jones by now? A senator disappears. Nobody knows where he is, and it's hardly even mentioned on the news. It's a jungle outside of this farm, Mr. Habeas Corpus Kaiser, and a bright young man like you ought to have the sense to realize it." Peter abruptly stood up. "I'm going," he said. "I'm going to walk out of here, and you can't stop me." Della stepped forward, her hands on her hips, her big breasts swaying under her shirt. "If you so much as take one step out of this room, Mr. Kaiser, I'll blow your head off." "You wouldn't dare," said Peter. "Wouldn't I? This state is under martial law. You're a dangerous suspect attempting to escape FBI custody." Peter shook his head. "I think you misunderstood me. You wouldn't dare because without me, you wouldn't have a case. I'm your evidence, apart from those papers you stole, and you know it. So I'm not frightened of you, Mrs. J. Edgar Hoover. Not one bit." He turned and walked determinedly towards the door in his flapping khaki pants. Della, almost casually, reached for the pump gun, which she had left propped against the bureau in the corner. She raised it, pumped the action, and said softly, "Freeze, Mr. Kaiser. You're under arrest, and if you attempt to get away, I'm going to have to shoot you." There was a formality in the way Della spoke to him that made Peter hesitate. Halfway through the door, he paused and looked at her over his shoulder. She was standing with a gun raised to her shoulder, the sights marking his head. He licked his lips, as if he had just finished drinking a bowl of particularly nasty tomato soup. He stood where he was for what seemed like a whole minute. Then he turned around and went back to the sofa. "The day they started hiring whores for cops, that was when the whole legal system went down the tubes," he said. "Can you believe this hooker being a cop?" Della kept the gun leveled at him, but Ed stepped forward and laid his hand on the barrel. "That's enough, Della. You may be an agent of the law, but this is my house, and that's my sofa, and I don't particularly want to have holes blown in it." He raised the barrel of the pump gun until it was pointing at the ceiling, although she tried to resist him. He looked her straight in the eyes and said, "You understand, because this is the time when people are going to start making their own laws, like they did in the frontier days." Della didn't answer and lowered the gun. Peter Kaiser, from his place on the sofa, watched them both closely, but said nothing at all. That night, Thursday, Ed was woken up by the deep, distant coughing of shotguns. He sat up in bed and listened. There was another shot and another. He shook Della's shoulder and said, "There's a firefight going on out there. Can you hear it?" She raised her tousled head from the pillow. "Sounds like it's coming from the main gate," she said. Ed swung out of bed and switched on the light. He tugged on his jeans and a t-shirt and opened the top drawer in his Rococo-style bedside table. Della, pulling on an old red sweater of seasons, watched him sharply as he took out a Colt .45 automatic and checked the magazine. "What's that?" she asked. "A family heirloom?" "That's right," he told her. "My father bought it to keep my mother in line. Now let's get out there and see what's going on, shall we?" Peter Kaiser was already on the landing when they opened the door, in a large pair of blue undershorts with green flowers splattered all over them. Blinking at Ed, he said, "I heard shooting. Did you hear shooting?" "Just keep your head down," said Della. "Don't forget, you're a valuable witness." "Oh, for God's sake," said Peter. Ed ran ahead of Della downstairs and opened up the front door. They crossed the veranda under a sky that was dark and windy and heavy with cloud, and Ed led the way across to the farm's wagoneer. He swung himself up into the driver's seat and started the engine without even waiting for her, or opening the passenger door to let her in. "There's no mistaking that you're the boss around here," she complained as she clambered up and laid her pump gun down on the Jeep's floor. Ed twisted the wagoneer around the asphalt in a squittering curve, and then roared off towards the entrance road and the main gates. "They're threatening my farm," he snapped, thrusting his hand into his hair and brushing it back off his forehead. "Don't you understand that, or have you never owned anything you cared that much for?" Della said, "I've never owned anything. There never seemed to be any point to it." Ed wound the window down. They could hear the shooting quite clearly now. Sharp, argumentative bursts of machine gun fire, countered by the deep blasts of shotguns. The night air was warm and dusty, but it was dark too, with clouds covering the moon, and it was difficult to make out what was happening up ahead. They could smell gun smoke drifting their way on the fresh easterly wind. In the light of his headlamps, Ed saw somebody lying in the roadway. He pulled up, opened the wagoneer's door, and jumped down. Della said, "What is it? What have you stopped for?" Ed didn't answer, but crouched his way forward beside the Jeep's front wheel, and then scuttled out to where the man was sprawled out in the dust. There was blood everywhere, most of it dried in dark Rorschach prints, but some of it still wet and globular. Ed carefully eased the man over onto his back, and then he saw who it was. "Oh, Jesus," he said through his teeth. It was young Jack Merowitz, dead. He looked as if he had been hit 5 or 6 times in the chest by a machine gun, because the front of his yellow college sweatshirt was mushy with blood. As Ed turned him over, a strange sighing noise came from his perforated lungs. Ed heaved the body over to the side of the road, and then crouched his way back to the Jeep. The firing was much closer now, and he could hear unfamiliar voices shouting something which sounded like, "Get behind them! Circle around them, George! Get behind them!" Della said, "What's happening? Who was that in the road?" Ed slid into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and revved up the Wagoneer's engine. Jack Merowitz, my crop advisor. One of the best in the business, as far as I was concerned. Well, what's going on? Who shot him? I don't know. It sounds like some kind of a raiding party. They're over there on the right, most of them. At least it sounds that way, from the gunfire. Where are your people? Ed drove cautiously ahead for 300 or 400 yards without lights. As he drove, he pointed to the fence, which ran alongside the entrance road on the left-hand side. That's where Dyson was hiding himself yesterday, so I guess that's where they are tonight. It was Willard, Jack, and one of the garage hands on guard duty until 3 o'clock. There was a brief snatch of firing and a sudden rattling of bullets against the side of the Jeep. Ed immediately swerved off the track and stopped the vehicle beside the protective camouflage of a clump of stunted bushes. He pushed open the driver's door and scrambled quickly out into the grass, followed by Della. A shotgun banged loudly off to the left, and Della raised her head a little to see if she could pinpoint where the shot had come from. "Those are your people, aren't they, with the shotguns?" she asked. Ed nodded. "Sounds like it. Did you see where they were?" "I think so. Down behind the fence there, about 5 or 6 uprights along. The other people are using M3A1s. You can tell just by listening? Every gun has a distinctive sound of its own, and remember, I'm trained." Ed said, "How many of them do you guess there are? 6, maybe?" "Well, it's hard to tell," said Della. "More probably by the way they're firing." Ed thought about that. Then he said, "In that case, I think we better go back and get some reinforcements. There's no way that 4 of us are going to be able to hold off that many of them." "I think it's time to back off," said Della. "We don't have any proper cover here or any spare ammunition. Can you call Willard and see if you can get him to hear you? Tell him to make his way back to the farm." "Listen," said Ed, "who's giving the goddamn orders around here?" "Have you got a better idea?" Della demanded. There was another burst of light machine gun fire off on their right. The raiders were encircling them now, trying to cut off their escape back to the house. "If we don't get out of here now, they've got us," said Della. "So what are you going to do? Call your friends or die gallantly?" Ed looked at her intently, trying to make out her face in the darkness. "If any of us come out of this famine alive," he said, "what the hell are you going to do with your life?" Della said, "Call them. If we don't run, we're going to have to fight." "I asked you a question," insisted Ed. "Do you really think I've got the time or the inclination to answer you? But if you must know, I'm going to give up the FBI and do what I always wanted to do. Marry, settle down, live in Bluefield, West Virginia, and raise children and flowers." Ed said, "Bluefield, West Virginia?" He was going to say something else, but he was interrupted by a fast, sharp burst of bullets. 6 or 7 of them struck the Jeep Wagoneer. They heard the side windows crack and the high, squeaky hiss of a punctured tire. Then they heard someone calling, "Get over that fence, George! Along the back!" A man came running past the Jeep, doubled up, holding a grease gun, and panting as he ran. He came so close to Ed and Della that he almost kicked Della in the face, but he overshot them by 2 or 3 paces before his mind registered that what he had seen on the ground could have been 2 people. He skated to a halt on the grass, turned around, and just had time to raise his gun before Della rolled over onto her back, lifted her pump gun, and blew his stomach into rags of bloody intestine. "That's it," clipped Della. "Now let's get the hell out of here." "Willard!" yelled Ed. "Willard, we're over here, and we're making a run for it." Della's gunshot and Ed's shouting instantly attracted a whipping, whistling swarm of machine gun fire. They lay flat against the turf as dust sprayed up all around them, and bullets penetrated the sides of the Jeep in a hurrying series of flat-sounding clunks. Another tire burst, and Ed snarled at Della. "I thought you told me that couldn't happen." Ed raised his Colt .45 and strained his eyes to see what was going on in the darkness. Through the bushes, he could see most of the split-rail fence where Willard and the garage hand were hiding themselves, and he thought he could see somebody huddled by the roadside, although it was impossible to see if the man was alive and dangerous or dead and safe. There was a long, tight silence, broken only by the occasional whistling of the grass in the wind and by the rustling of birds or gophers or impatient gunmen. Ed whispered to Della. "There's no sign from Willard. Maybe they hit him." Della raised a cautious hand and said, "Wait." They didn't have to wait long. A few seconds later, they heard someone running towards them. Ed lifted his head and saw two men sprinting fast and low alongside the split-rail fence. In front, holding on to his Stetson hat with one hand and his shotgun in the other, was Willard Noakes, and just behind him was Ed's young garage hand. Ed fired twice into the air to distract the raiders, and he was answered by a crackle of bullets. But then there was another sound, the snap of a rifle. It fired one ranging shot, then another, and then Willard collapsed in a jumble of arms and legs. The garage hand bent over him, and Ed heard his voice on the wind like the voice of an anxious fledgling, saying, "Willard." Ed started to get up, but Della seized the sleeve of his T-shirt. "Don't," she said. "You wouldn't stand a chance. For my sake, for your wife's sake, just stay where you are." Ed slid back down onto the grass. He was sure he could hear Willard moaning. And that wasn't just anybody hit by a bullet and hurt. That was Willard Noakes, one of his father's closest buddies, the man who had taught Ed just about everything he knew, a man who had listened to his problems and given him friendly advice and never once betrayed himself or South Burlington Farm or the good straightforward state of Kansas. You could never have said that Willard Noakes was a great man, or even a half-successful man. He was lonesome as a rule and unlettered, and when he wasn't working or sleeping, he was watching television. But it took an effort of will that was almost muscular for Ed not to risk the bullets that were flying around that night and run across to tell Willard that he had always been loved and respected and that he wasn't going to die alone. There were 3 more rifle shots. Snap, snap, snap. The garage hand half rose, batting his hands at the air as if he were trying to catch moths. Then he fell into the darkness, and Ed couldn't see him anymore. Della said, "We've got to get out of here, Ed. I mean it, darling. Otherwise, we're going to be pig feed." "Okay," said Ed. "The 2 back tires on the Jeep are flat, but I guess I can still drive her back to the farmhouse. I just hope they haven't shut up the engine." Della looked up. "They're trying to surround us. I can hear one of them over there, in back of the fence. Can you hear that? Like rustling. If we're going to make a run for it, I think we'd better do it now." They waited for nearly 10 seconds, their hearts galloping, their breath shallow. Then Ed touched Della's shoulder in the darkness and said, "Let's go." Della scrambled up first and threw herself into the open door of the Jeep. Ed was up next, and he had started up the motor even before he was sitting in his seat. With the driver's door swinging wildly, the wagoneer jounced off the rough grass verge and bucked its way onto the road. The rear hubs grated and bumped on the hard-packed soil, and when Ed thrust his foot down on the gas, The tires slithered out from under the rims like agonized black snakes. But they were away, and heading back towards the farm as fast as the crippled Jeep could travel. Now, for the first time, they saw the raiders they were fighting. Out of the shadows, on either side of the road, men came running out of the grassland, carrying rifles and machine guns. They wore quilted jerkins and jeans, and most of them had scarves tied around their faces. "Can't you get this damn thing to go any faster?" fretted Della as the Jeep ground laboriously along the track. "With 2 flat tires? You want miracles?" "For God's sake, we'd be quicker on foot." A hail of machine gun bullets smashed the back windows of the Wagoneer and showered them with broken glass. Ed pressed the gas pedal flat to the floor, but although the engine screamed and the back wheel rims screeched on the road, he couldn't get enough traction to take them clear of the running raiders. If the Jeep hadn't been 4-wheel drive, they probably couldn't have got it to go at all. 2 well-aimed rifle bullets penetrated the driver's door with a sound like warping tin, and one of them buried itself in the upholstery of Ed's seat. He said, "That's it. We've had it. That's the end." But Della whooped, "We're losing them, Ed. Look, we're losing them." Ed turned. They were traveling at almost 25 miles per hour now, and the raiders were gradually falling behind. 1 or 2 of them had stopped already and were raising their rifles and their machine guns to their shoulders to give the Jeep a final scattering of fire. "It's too far now," said Della, with relief, settling back in her seat. "They'll never get the range, not with those pea-shooters." It was then that the Jeep's torture transmission gave out a hideous clashing noise and locked solid. The vehicle jolted to a stop and wouldn't budge, even for Ed's frantic jugglings with the T-bar shift. "Out," Ed shouted at Della. "We've got a good start on them. We can still make it." They were out of the Jeep and running before any of the raiders realized what had happened. But as they pounded along the dirt track towards the dark hubble of the farmhouse buildings, they heard the sporadic crackling of M3A1s behind them and the denser, sharper report of rifles. Ed, even though he was running, could feel the night air herringboned by bullets. For the first time that night, he thought, "God, they've got me now. I don't stand a chance. I'm going to die right here, right now, as suddenly as Michael died in his car." He could hear Della running along beside him, her bare feet slapping on the track. He could hear his own painful gasps for breath. He closed his eyes and pelted along faster, totally intent on survival, totally intent on living and on seeing Season and Sally again. Then there was another fusillade of gunfire, but this wasn't behind them. This was ahead, from the farmhouse and from the stables. This was the bellow of shotguns and the light twig-snapping sound of handguns. His own farm hands shooting back. The firing from the raiders broke off abruptly as they scrambled for cover, and Ed and Della found themselves running through the night in unnatural silence, as if they were trying to escape through the muffled darkness of a nightmare. They reached the asphalt yard, and then they were stumbling up the steps of the farmhouse veranda, accompanied by an ear-splitting salvo of covering shotgun fire. Dyson was standing by the door, and he opened it up for them as they came running along the front of the house. Then he quickly slammed it behind them and locked it. Ed said simply, "Shit. Thanks, Dyson." Inside the farmhouse, the atmosphere was alarmed, and everybody was tight-faced with tension. Even Shearson Jones had come down from his bed and was sitting in Ed's armchair, wrapped in a white toweling bathrobe that scarcely met over the white moonlight curve of his belly. Peter Kaiser was perched on the arm of the sofa next to Karen, with his arm around her, an affectionate gesture to which she responded by sitting up as rigidly as possible. Dyson, following Ed and Della into the living room, said, "We heard the shooting. Then we heard you go out to the front gate in the Jeep. I was trying to get the boys together, armed and ready when we saw you coming back." Ed's chest was still heaving from their last desperate run. He said, "Dyson, I'm glad you did. That blast of scattergun fire, well, that just about saved our lives." Dyson was carrying the light hunting rifle, which he usually used for popping off shots at rabbits and rats. He went across to the window, parted the drapes, and peered studiously out into the night. The jeep was already alight, and rolling tongues of orange flame were pouring out of its blackened carcass like a grotesque demonstration of fire-eating. "There's a whole lot of them out there, Ed," Dyson said quietly. 20 or 30, maybe. I counted the muzzle flashes when you were running in. There's no way we can hold them off for very long." Ed said, "I'm not going to try to hold them off." "You're not even going to try to save yourself?" asked Shearson Jones in his fat, unmistakable voice. "What are you going to do? Let them scavenge the few supplies we have left? Lie low while they rob us?" Ed turned around. "Listen," he said. "Those raiders out there undoubtedly outnumber us. They sure as hell outgun us. If we tried to hold them off, they'd either starve us out, burn us out, or simply shoot their way in. Well, you can take your pick, Senator, when it comes to the kind of death that you want. But right now, I personally don't feel like dying at all, and I don't suppose that a whole lot of the folks who work on my farm feel like it either." He turned to Dyson and said, "They got Willard, and they got Jack, and they got that garage hand you sent out there. I don't even remember his name." Dyson said unhappily, "When they didn't come back with you, I kind of assumed that was the way it was. Damn it, Ed. It really makes me feel like hell." "Me too, Dyson," said Ed, laying his hand on his shoulder. Dyson said, "That young boy's name was Garrity. David Garrity. He was the best we had when it came to stripping a tractor. Well, so Willard told me. I'm only the pilot." Ed looked back at Shearson. "We're going to have to make a break for it," he said. "You can either come along with us or you can stay behind. That decision is entirely up to you. But we're going to load our wagons with all the remaining foodstuffs on this farm and head for the West Coast." "The West Coast?" asked Della. "Surely it makes more sense to head for Washington. They'll have government there, some kind of law and order. And besides, I want to turn Senator Jones into Charles Kernick in person. There's no point in going to the West Coast." Ed said, "My wife and child are out on the West Coast. I want to find them. Once I've done that, I want to try to get out of the United States, either through Mexico or by sea. Believe me, Della, you only have to listen to the news bulletins. You only have to see what happened tonight to two of my closest friends and workmates, Willard and Jack. There's no point in pretending that things are any better in Washington. They can't be. You're probably worse. And what the hell is the point of holding on to a fraud suspect in a nation where they don't even have enough police to stop people murdering each other?" There was a burst of gunfire outside, and somewhere across the yard, a window broke. Karen said, "I believe we ought to stick together. I think we'll have more of a chance that way." Peter Kaiser rolled up his eyes. "No wonder history has no eminent lady philosophers," he said, "with the possible exception of Xavier Hollander." Karen looked up at him. "Do you want to stay behind?" she asked. "If all the rest of us go to the West Coast, do you want to try to make it to Washington on your own?" Peter looked back at her and then shrugged. "It depends," he said sulkily. Ed said, "Dyson, how many wagons do we have, and how many cars?" "We got the Chevy wagon you brought back from Fall River. Then there's the big dually that Carson's left here when they were shifting tree stumps. And 4, maybe 5 family pickups and sedans. 1 El Camino for sure, and a Mercury Marquis." "Okay," said Ed. "This is what we're going to do. We're going to load the pickups and the trunks of the family cars with as much food as we can. We mustn't forget water and fruit juices, too. Then we're going to get everybody into their cars and ready to go and pull out of here in a convoy, shooting all the time. With any luck, we should be able to clear the farm without any casualties." "With any luck," echoed Peter Kaiser sarcastically, pulling a morbid face. Shearson said, "Listen, Mr. Hardesty, I may be technically the prisoner of your fancy woman here, formerly my fancy woman, but that doesn't mean I have to take instructions from you. It's essential that Mr. Kaiser and I return to Washington, and if you are not prepared to come with us, then I'm afraid we shall simply have to go without you." "You wouldn't get 10 miles, said Ed. "Don't you watch the television? Haven't you seen what it's like out there?" "Your concern for my well-being is touching," replied Shearson. "However, I've been looking after myself for a considerable number of years, often through situations that have been a good deal stickier than this one, and I think I can manage without you. Thanks." Della said, "Really, Ed, we ought to try to make it to Washington. I know your wife and daughter are in Los Angeles, but I have to take Senator Jones into the Bureau. There won't be any hope of arraigning him if I drag him out to California. He's probably thought up 20 ways of killing our indictments anyway. Unusual and stressful arrest, that kind of thing. We really ought to try." Ed looked at Dyson, who shrugged, and then at Karen. "Going back to Washington doesn't make any kind of sense," he insisted. "The whole city is practically under siege, the way they're telling it on the news. Right now we need to get ourselves somewhere with a good climate, fertile soil, in case we have to resettle and start growing our food again from scratch, and somewhere that's close to the ocean and the border. Sure, I want to go to Los Angeles for personal reasons, but it's going to be safer, too, to stay in the West. I'd stay right here in Kansas if I could, but it's dry, and the winters can be hard, and from what's going on outside, I'd guess that we can expect raiding and looting parties for a long time to come." "Do you seriously think that California is going to be any better?" asked Shearson. "Los Angeles is burning. San Francisco is turned into a latter-day Sodom, with plenty of Gomorrah thrown in. San Diego's become a looter's paradise." From outside, there was a crackle of heavy, sustained shooting. They heard upstairs windows break and the sound of running feet. Dyson Kane went to the window again, just as one of Ed's farmhands came into the room, carrying a shotgun that was still smoking, his face bright with sweat and excitement. "Mr. Hardesty, sir," he said breathlessly, "it don't look like we can keep 'em back much longer. Jerry's been hit in the arm, sir, and the rest of the boys ain't really up to gunfighting." "All right," said Ed. "We've wasted enough time as it is. Dyson, can you get those vehicles loaded up and parked in a line ready to roll? Mr. Kaiser, Karen, you want to get out there and help?" "I'm not doing anything until we've settled which direction we're heading," said Peter, folding his arms. Ed turned to Shearson. The senator gave him a fat, condescending smile. "The same goes for me, Mr. Hardesty, and you know darn well that if I stay, and Mr. Kaiser stays, then it's your fancy woman's bounden duty to stay too." There was more shooting outside, and a child screamed. Ed snapped at Dyson. "Get moving. I want those wagons loaded up before it's too late." Then, without hesitation, he tugged his Colt automatic out of his belt and held it up in front of everybody in the room as if he were demonstrating it to a group of benighted natives. "I'm going to make one thing straight," he said. "On this farm, I'm in charge of everything and everybody. I'm in charge, and I'm also responsible. That's the way it is, even when we don't have a crisis on our hands. But right now we have, and that increases my authority even more. This country isn't safe for people to wander around on their own, particularly women, and particularly obese senior senators with a price on their heads. Our society is broken down into tribes, and the way I see it, each tribe has to hold together to survive. This is our tribe, and unless anybody wants to argue about it, I'm the chief. Now we're all getting out of here. We're all helping to load up the wagons, and then we're all heading west. Shearson, gripping the arms of his chair to support himself, slowly rose to his feet. He stood there for a moment, swaddled in his bathrobe, breathing loudly and hoarsely with the exertion of getting up. "Mr. Hardesty," he said, "my late father once told me never to argue with fools, ignoramuses, or people with loaded guns. Since you fall into all three categories, I don't think I have any alternative but to comply with your wishes. Mrs. McIntosh, shall we light out for Los Angeles?" Della, furious, stalked out of the living room ahead of any of them. "Well, now," Shearson said to Ed, pulling down his eyelid with his finger in a gesture of shared confidence, "I seem to have made the right decision. Anything that infuriates an agent of the FBI can't be all bad." At the same time that Ed Hardesty's farm workers were trying to hold off the raiders who threatened South Burlington, a small and simple tragedy was taking place in a dilapidated frame house on the outskirts of Fort Wayne, Indiana. The house had once been neat and proud, part of a row that had all belonged to international harvester workers, foremen, and supervisors and chief engineers. Now it was overshadowed by unkempt sycamores, and a rusty, run-down Nash was parked in the driveway. This was where the welfare cases lived, the tired single-parent wives with their second-hand strollers and their dime-store dresses, the paraplegic husbands who could do nothing more than nod and shuffle, and whose sick pay had long since run out. Number 8 was the home of John Frederick Walters, his wife, Elizabeth, and their 3 daughters, Alice, Wendy, and Jenna. Alice was the oldest at 6, Wendy was 3, and Jenna was 6 months. John Frederick Walters, who always gave his name as John Frederick Walters, was 31 and a skilled electrician. At least, he used to be a skilled electrician until 1972, when he was rewiring a house in the better part of Fort Wayne, and the owner came back half-drunk from a business reception, pulled the main switch, and electrocuted him. He was lucky to be alive, but there was a twisted burn all the way down the right side of his chest, and even after months of hospitalization, his left hand still felt a little numb, and he still dragged his left leg in an odd, teetering walk that made people in supermarkets give him a wide berth in case he collided with their carts. Until the famine crisis on Sunday, he had worked in a thrifty superstore on Paulding Road, but it had been burned to the ground in the early hours of Monday. Now he was holed up with his family at number 8, with no electricity, no telephone, no mail, and only a transistor radio with weak batteries to keep him in touch with the horror that was sweeping the outside world. He was still sitting in his yellow-papered living room at midnight on Thursday, listening to an extended news bulletin about the day's disasters. 36 people had died when their overloaded airplane had snagged power lines over Columbus, Ohio, turning their attempted getaway from the United States into a mass cremation. Anything up to 100 people were feared dead after fire had swept a condominium in Miami from a looted supermarket next door. Washington was almost unapproachable. The U.S. Marines had sealed off every highway from the outside world and were threatening to shoot interlopers on sight. The president was out of his oxygen tent, but his doctors had told him he had to rest for 2 or 3 more days at the least. It was expertly estimated that between 700 and 800 Americans had died during the day from violence directly related to the food shortages. From the outside world, from Europe, From the Far East, from the Third World, there was awkwardness and hesitation. They stood by while America slowly collapsed from within, like unwilling witnesses to a coronary. The Queen had sent a message expressing the grave concern of the British people, but the reluctance of America's erstwhile allies to assist her was becoming increasingly and embarrassingly obvious. Already trade envoys from Italy, Sweden, and West Germany had made special visits to the Soviet Union, and the dollar was no longer being quoted on the world money markets. The Secretary of State, in a rare fit of temper, talked of alliances that had taken 50 years and $150 billion to build and only 50 minutes to tear down. John Frederick Walters listened to all this carefully, leaning close to his indistinct radio set. It was a hot, airless night in Fort Wayne, and most of the rioting and looting that had ravaged the town during the earlier part of the week had died down. There were no more supermarkets to break into, no more police cars to burn, and the fear and panic were collapsing of heat exhaustion. Still, John Frederick Walters could hear police sirens howling eerily out over on Tillman Road. And he knew that if he went to the top of the house, to Alice's room, and opened the window, he would be able to see the Lutheran hospital burning over on Fairfield Avenue. He had heard it from old Oliver, his next-door neighbor, that 70 people had died in that fire, suffocated in their beds like fumigated bugs. He heard the stairs creak. He switched off the radio set and sat up straight, his thin hands laced together in his lap. He was a very thin man altogether, although he had weighed almost 185 pounds before his electrocution. His face was pale as water chestnuts, and he had odd, straw-colored hair that stuck up at the back, as if it were charged with static. He looked like an electrocuted man, as if his brain were still in that black hiatus between switch on and switch off, as if his bodily fluids were in stasis, as if his nerve endings were recoiling from that first fry of voltage. His wife Elizabeth was standing in the living room door. Her face was angular and white, her eyes as shifty and haunted as Edith Piaf or a painting by Munch. She wore a cheap new quilted robe with orange flowers on it, Wilko's ritziest. The last time he had taken her out was in February of 1972 for her birthday, when they had gone to see 2001: A Space Odyssey and eaten Chinese. She said, "Jenna's hungry." John Frederick Walters looked at her. He wondered why she had come all the way downstairs at midnight to tell him that. He knew Jenna was hungry. They had scraped out the last can of formula that morning, diluting it as much as they could, and now there was nothing. There were no emergency food centers in Fort Wayne. If you wanted anything at all, you had to drive to Indianapolis, and the Rambler's battery had been flat for weeks. Besides, what chance did a cripple have of fighting his way through to the food supplies? "Have you tried breastfeeding her?" asked John Frederick Walters. "I tried, but there's hardly anything there. I haven't eaten in 2 days myself, John Frederick. I can't give milk out of nothing at all." John Frederick Walters reached for the Red Lark packet by the radio. There were 2 cigarettes left in it, and he shook them, wondering if he ought to have one now, or if he ought to save both of them for later. In the end, he slid one out, tucked it between his lips, and lit it 100 with a folded matchbook. He puffed smoke. "There's nothing left, Elizabeth. That can of Franks we gave the kids today, that was it. And from what the news has been saying, we shouldn't even have risked that. They could go down with disease, die." Elizabeth stayed where she was in the doorway, nibbling at her lower lip. She peeled the skin off it in strips until it bled. "I don't understand it," she said. Doesn't anybody care? You think they'd come around with food parcels? I mean, we've got 3 children here. What are we going to do?" "The whole town's a wreck," said John Frederick Walters. "No police, no ambulance service, nothing. How the hell can anybody expect them to bring around food parcels?" "But we'll starve," Elizabeth protested. "The 3 girls will starve." John Frederick Walters stared at the burning cigarette in his hand. He felt giddy from nicotine and lack of food. "Yes," he said, "I guess we will unless something happens." "But what do people do in India and places like that, Cambodia? They starve, sure, but they sometimes scratch some kind of a living." "They know how, that's why," said John Frederick Walters. "They know how to live on a small bowl of rice, how to make it last. They've never seen a T-bone steak in their lives, and they'd probably puke up at the sight of it if they did. They know how to grow the damned rice, too." "Do you know how to grow rice? I mean, if you do, get out back and get planting. We're all going to need it." Elizabeth stared at him, as if she hadn't heard or understood a word he was saying. She probably didn't. She said slowly, "There's some Alpo I bought for Florence's dog. There's a can of that left." "Alpo? Are you kidding? You can't eat dog food." "But how can I produce milk if I don't eat? Can't you hear her screaming up there? What am I supposed to do? Stand by and watch my children wasting away? I don't know how you can sit there and smoke and listen to that stupid worn-out radio and let it happen." John Frederick Walters stared at her coldly. "No," he said. "I guess you don't know, do you? You don't know that this whole world's fallen in on us. And because we're at the bottom to begin with, the entire weight of everything falls on us cripples and incompetents first." She looked back at him, her mouth patchy with blood. Then she turned without a word and went through to the kitchen. He switched the radio back on and listened to a short bulletin about a shooting outside of Los Angeles. 50 police had ambushed a band of vigilante looters and slain all of them, including 8 women and a child of 12. Most state highway patrols had now formed themselves into anti-looting squads, hunting down looters and killing them on sight. What the bulletin didn't mention was that almost all of the recaptured loot was divided up amongst the arresting officers and the district attorney's office and anybody else the highway patrols considered to be close and special friends. It was still possible to buy certain foods on the black market. An NBC reporter had paid $750 for a can of chicken of the sea at a warehouse in Brooklyn, and he had been offered whole canned hams from Denmark and the United Kingdom for well over $1,500 each. Pots of Marmite, the British yeast extract, were selling at $60 and upwards. John Frederick Walters switched off the radio again, puffed twice at his cigarette, and then stood up. He limped unevenly out of the living room, along the narrow corridor with its scenic print of Great Egg Harbor, New Jersey, still splattered with dried-up tomato sauce from the evening in 2 years ago when he had thrown his pasta at Elizabeth in a fit of frustrated temper. He opened the kitchen door, and there Elizabeth was, sitting at the table beside the cheap cream-painted dresser, her fork raised, her eyes staring back at him in defiance and fright. In front of her was a plate, one of the nice white octagonal plates that Elizabeth's mother had given them for a wedding gift. There were only 3 left out of 8. The plate was heaped with brown, glistening lumps of meat. On the draining board was a red labeled can with an open lid. John Frederick Walters walked into the kitchen and around the table. Elizabeth kept her eyes on him warily, her fork still poised. "Is that Alpo?" John Frederick Walters asked harshly. Elizabeth nodded. John Frederick Walters went to the draining board and picked up the empty can. "Well," he said at last, "you could do worse. It says here that it's a complete and balanced diet, so why don't you go ahead? Eat it." Elizabeth hesitated for a while, biting at her lips. Then, in jerky slow motion, she dug her fork into the dog food and lifted up 2 gravyish chunks. John Frederick Walters stared at her, unblinking, and said nothing. Closing her eyes, Elizabeth put the dog food into her mouth. She slowly began to chew it, moving it from one side to the other, her eyes still closed, her empty fork held up beside her. "You're lucky," said her husband in a shaky voice. "Do you know how lucky you are? That's an expensive brand. Some brands are nothing but fat and tubes and minced-up gristle. Mind you, I should think that even Alpo has its fair share of offals." Elizabeth chewed and chewed, tried to swallow and gagged. Saliva and half-chewed dog meat trailed from her lips. "God," breathed John Frederick Walters, "what are you doing? What about Jenna? How's Jenna going to survive if her mother doesn't eat dog meat to turn into milk? How are any of us going to survive?" Elizabeth was weeping. She gagged again and held her hand over her mouth to keep the food inside. John Frederick Walters told Fort Wayne police officers early Friday morning that, "I acted quick," he said. "I never thought the day would have to come when a wife of mine would have to eat dog food to nourish our baby. And I never thought the day would have to come when my girls would go without a meal. I'm not rich, I know that, and we could never afford much since my accident, but this is America, isn't it? How come suddenly there was nothing to eat, and no prospect of nothing to eat?" As Elizabeth choked over her mouthful of dog food, John Frederick Walters pulled down the frayed cord which was suspended over the stove for drying the girls' undervests during the winter, twisted it twice around his hands, and then once around Elizabeth's neck. She fell backwards to the floor, hitting her head on the beige linoleum. Her eyes bulged at John Frederick Walters in horror, but she was unable to speak, unable to breathe, and her face turned gray and shiny, the same color as gray leather shoes. After 5 minutes, with a string cutting into his bare hands, John Frederick Walters decided she was dead. He went upstairs, leaving Elizabeth lying in the kitchen. Alice and Wendy shared a bed in the small second-story bedroom over the living room. They were both asleep in the darkness, in their white flock cotton nightdresses, and John Frederick Walters stood at the end of the bed, watching them, their upraised wrists traced with bluish veins, their thin ankles. He reached down and held Alice's bare toes in his hand, gently and lovingly. He wanted to kill them. He knew he had to, but he didn't know how. How do you kill children you love? How can you instantly end their lives without hurting them? He picked Wendy up and carried her sleeping into the bathroom. Her arms lolled beside her, as if she were already dead. He felt as if he were mad, or drugged, or even as if he were someone else together. Supposing there wasn't really a famine at all? Supposing his radio had been telling him lies? But he looked around him at the white enamel bathtub with its green-colored stain, at the can of lavender talcum powder with a rusted rim, at the fingerprinted mirror where Elizabeth had plucked her eyebrows and he had always shaved. And even if the radio was lying, what the hell was the use of a life like this for any of them? He took out a safety razor blade between finger and thumb, and then sat on the toilet seat with the sleepy Wendy on his lap. She mumbled, "Daddy, what are we doing?" But he shushed her soothingly as he stroked her forehead, and then gently but firmly gripped her hair and slit her throat, as deeply as he could, from one side to the other. She didn't even protest, didn't even seem to realize what was happening, But then there was a sudden explosive gargle of blood and air, and the whole bathroom was arrayed in red. He dropped Wendy off his lap in horror and utter fear, and she lay kicking her left foot against the side of the bath, kick, 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 as she died. It was like watching a run-over dog die, only 1,000 times worse, and he reeled with the dreadfulness of it. "I didn't lose my resolve, though," he told the police. "I knew the rest of them had to go, too." He went upstairs to the small attic room where Jenna slept in her pink-painted crib. He had spent hours on that crib himself, sanding it and decorating it. Just above Jenna's slumbering curls, there was a transfer of a grinning burro, wearing a straw hat. John Frederick Walters was glad that Jenna had gone to sleep again. He doubted if he would have been able to kill her if she was crying. He leaned over her crib, kissed her, and then pressed a pillow against her face for what seemed like a half hour. It was probably only 5 or 10 minutes, but it was enough. Jenna May Walters died of asphyxiation, aged 179 days. Alice was the last. Alice, too, was asleep, and all she said when he softly opened the collar of her nightdress and held the razor blade against the side of her throat was, "What time is it?" Then the sheets were stained with ever-widening darkness. The police stopped him on Anthony Boulevard, trudging north. His fingers were stuck together with dried blood. They held him up against the car while they searched him, and then they sat him down on the curb and subjected him to an impromptu interrogation. He admitted murdering his family and offered to take them back to number 8 so that they could see for themselves. They sat him on 2 spread-out sheets of week-old newspaper in the back of the car and drove him south again. Under the emergency powers granted to the Indiana police during the state of national crisis, patrolmen were permitted, in what they considered to be extreme circumstances, to administer summary justice and execution. The 2 patrolmen who had picked up John Frederick Walters were in little doubt that the homicides at number 8 were, as they later put it, extreme in the extreme. At 17 minutes past 2 on Friday morning, they asked him to kneel in the middle of his back lawn, which he did. They asked him if he had any last wishes, and he told them that he had one lark left, in the living room, next to the radio, and that he would appreciate the chance to smoke it. They conferred and then said no. They didn't have time to watch him smoke a cigarette. Then one of the patrolmen lifted a .357 Python revolver and blew John Frederick Walters' brains into the peonies. Just before he went to bed at dawn on Friday morning, the vice president was handed a lengthy and detailed medical report on the long-term effects of severe dietary deficiency in the United States. He was reminded that a moderately active male between 35 and 65 required 2,900 calories a day, and that a woman between 18 and 55 requires 2,200. An estimate of available food supplies showed that even with careful conservation and even with an intensive program of agricultural revival, there would be less than 1/4 of the necessary calories available to each American man, woman, and child during the coming 6 months. In practice, there would be far less. There was no question at all that approximately 85 million people would have to go without food supplies altogether and live off whatever they could scavenge. We are going to have to face up to the fact that the world's most technologically sophisticated society, a society capable of visiting the moon, a society which only 2 weeks ago measured its anxieties in terms of breast enlargements, jogging, psychological self-acceptance, and Howard Jarvis, is now going to have to accept the degrading spectacle of nearly 1/3 of its citizens digging like hogs for roots. The report warned of rickets, a softening of the bones caused by a severe lack of vitamin D and calcium. This can lead to a bending of the bones under the weight of the body and the application of normal muscular pressure, hence the bow-legged appearance of children suffering from malnutrition and the flattening of their ribs, which can contract their chest cavity so that their liver is pushed outward, causing the distinctive potbelly of the underfed. Rickets, the report continued, was also responsible for the high, square, intellectual-looking heads of starving children, along with their small-featured faces. Their teeth generally appeared late and rotted away early. Scurvy, or scorbutus, was another risk. Although it was very well known that scurvy was caused by a deficiency of vitamin C, and although in normal times it could rapidly and easily be cured, there was now a danger that many Americans would have to go without fresh fruit and vegetables for anything up to 6 months, and that would leave them wide open to infection. The symptoms included bleeding gums, stinking breath, extravasations of blood in the skin, and even bleeding from the eyes, nose, and anus. Scurvy patients were liable to suffer anemia, agonizing ulcers on their arms and legs, and if they were still untreated, exhaustion, chronic diarrhea, and fatal failure of the lungs or kidneys. The medical report remarked that the United States is now inevitably entering a period of disease and death that can only be described as medieval. At 6:35 a.m., the vice president took 2 sleeping pills and went to bed on a cot in the small room adjoining the Oval Office. He asked to be woken at 10:35 a.m. precisely. Through the bulletproof glass of the White House windows, with their unreal submarine tint, he was unable to hear the brief rattles of heavy machine gun fire over by the Arlington Memorial Bridge. 11. Susan Hardesty opened her eyes and tried to focus. She had taken 3 of V's little green pills last night, and her vision was blurred, like 5 melted varieties of ice cream. Then the pink blurs resolved themselves into price tags, and the white blurs resolved themselves into empty supermarket shelves. And the yellow blurs became posters, advertising 6-packs of Ale 81. Susan lifted the blanket. Next to her, cocooned in a large blue bath towel, Sally was still sleeping, her thumb poised a half-inch away from her open mouth. Ever since they had left Kansas, Sally had taken up sucking her thumb again, and no amount of nagging or cajoling had been able to stop her. She never said out loud that she missed her daddy, but there was something in her eyes which Susan couldn't fail to recognize. She sat up. All around her, people were huddled in blankets and towels and even sheets of cardboard. The early sunlight was sloping through the small high windows of the supermarket so that it looked like the nave of a church. And since it was now the sanctuary of the Church of the Practical Miracle of Los Angeles Incorporated, the holy atmosphere was appropriate. There were 120 people here, men, women, and children, the majority of them from Granger Hughes's congregation, although Mike Bull and his staff had managed to bring in most of their immediate families too. Susan had resisted coming to the Hughes Market on Highland until the last possible moment. The pain and humiliation she had suffered at the hands of Oxnard and his angels had enraged her, disoriented her, and frightened her more than she could have ever considered possible. She wondered if she would ever be able to carry on a normal relationship with a man again. She could hardly speak to Granger, and even Carl unsettled her. Every time he put his arm around her to reassure her, she thought, what does he want? If there had been no famine crisis, she would have immediately sought the guidance of V's analyst and tried to learn to live with the shock of her experience by joining a post-rape encounter group. The irony was that she had been discussing the subject on Monday with a woman who lived across the road in Topanga Canyon. The woman's daughter had been raped at the age of 15 by two blacks out at Griffith Park, and it had taken her 3 years of intensive and argumentative therapy to make her understand that she herself hadn't been to blame. These days, though, the girl carried a .38 in her pocketbook. It was a brush fire, high up on Woodland Hills, between Ventura Boulevard and Mulholland Drive, that at last changed Season's mind about staying in the house. It had probably been started by someone's house burning, although under normal circumstances, the fire department would almost certainly have been able to catch it before it spread to the surrounding hills. Now there was no fire department, and by early evening, with a dry northeasterly wind blowing, the sky over Los Encinos Park and all the woods around was dark with smoke. Carl had gone up to Season's bedroom, where Season had been lying on her bed in a fetal position with a half-empty bottle of Old Grandad beside her, and said, "Can you smell that? That smoke. The whole canyon's alight, and we're going to have to move." Season hadn't looked at him. "Do we have to throw in our lot with Granger Hughes?" she asked. "Is that really necessary? Can't we make a run for it on our own?" Carl had shaken his head. "We wouldn't stay alive for 12 hours. Not on our own. It's wolfpack time out in the open. Come on, Season. I think I understand something of what you're feeling. I understand how violated you feel, but there's nobody around you now who wishes you anything but warmth and healing." Season had sat up and scratched her blonde hair with both hands. "I guess the worst thing was that I had a revelation. I suddenly realized that all men who enter a woman's body by force, or by blackmail, or by any means apart from love and consent, are rapists, criminal intruders. Unfortunately, the law in California says that you're only trespassing when 75% of your body is inside of someone's premises, so I guess that lets rapists out." "Season," Carl had warned her. "I know." Season had nodded. "This isn't going to do me any good, but what the hell is?" She had sniffed and smelled smoke. "Is the canyon really burning?" "It's burning. We're all packed up and ready to leave." "Is Sally dressed?" "She's all ready. Come on, Season. This is the only way." Season had stood up. "I guess," she agreed, clutching herself closely, as if a window had suddenly swung open and chilled her in an unexpected breeze. Now here they were in the Hughes supermarket, along with 116 other people, all strangers, along with 2 toilets, 2 wash basins, 1,440 cakes of shower soap, 28 cases of assorted toothpaste, and more family-sized detergents than Season had seen together in one place in her life. Since Wednesday night, Mike Bull had been working out on his office calculator an optimum practical diet for his 120 charges, a diet which would give each of them as varied and healthy an intake of food as possible, and yet which would eke out the supplies in the supermarket stockroom for the longest time. The electricity supply was out, and so they had been forced to throw away all their chilled meat, frozen vegetables, and fish, and Mike Bull had spent an arduous 2 days sorting through every single container of canned foods, setting aside every one of them which had been packed in the last 21 days. Unlike Ed, however, he didn't open them up and dump them. He labeled them clearly suspect and shifted them out of sight. He reckoned that a time could well come when people were going to be hungry enough to take the risk of contracting botulism, especially if they were going to die of starvation anyway. Tony, Mike's undermanager, had been put in charge of security. In the early part of the week, there had been a temporary police encampment on the dusty triangle of asphalt just opposite, where Franklin and Highland intersected. There had been 2 patrol cars, a machine gun emplacement with sandbags, and a couple of roving motorcyclists, and although they had been positioned there to intercept looters who were trying to escape north onto the Hollywood freeway, their presence had kept scavengers and looters well away from the battered supermarket. Now, however, the police had been pulled back to headquarters, and the post was deserted. The looters were back, in vicious little droves of a dozen at a time. Tony had barricaded the rear exit doors with piles of wooden pallets, shopping carts, and stockroom junk. Even if the looters managed to break the locked steel and glass doors, they would be caught in a ceiling-high tangle of metal banding and splintered wood that would catch them as effectively as barbed wire. The front doors, already cracked and broken from Sunday night's rioting, had been locked, and then the steel railings which separated the checkout desks had been unscrewed from their original positions and slotted through the door handles to prevent anyone from pushing them open. Tony had cleared an area of 5 or 6 feet in front of the doors, and this was his no-go zone. Anyone who managed to break into the supermarket as far as this would find themselves in a crossfire between Tony with a .22 target pistol and Gina's uncle with a scattergun. That was all the firepower they had, since not one of the congregation of the Church of the Practical Miracle had brought a gun or even owned one. Carl had a .38, which he had kept to scare off burglars, but only 1 round of ammunition. Tony had grinned and slapped him on the back and told him, "Make every shot count, huh?" That Friday morning, one by one, the people lying on the supermarket floor in their blankets were waking up. They stretched and yawned and blinked at each other, and in every face Susan saw that moment of waking realization, "Oh, I'm not at home in my own bed. I'm here in this besieged community of fellow refugees." She also sensed a distinct atmosphere of growing hostility between the people here, a resentment of being cooped up in awkward and embarrassing contact. Before the famine, most of the members of the church had been enthusiastic about practical miracles because the notion was innovative, fun, and always proved to be a conversation stopper. "You actually believe in miracles?" their dinner hostesses would say. "You can walk on water, that kind of thing?" And they would answer, "Well, it's been done before. No reason why it shouldn't be done again." They hadn't joined the church because they were passionate and like-minded believers. They'd joined it because it was fashionable and cute, and now the shallowness of their Christianity was beginning to show. There had been fierce arguments on the morning bathroom line already. "Christ, you've taken hours, and now the whole John stinks." There had been wrangles over privacy. "Are you staring at my wife, buddy?" And inevitably, there had been petty jealousies over rations. "How come that guy has 2 tomatoes and we only have 1? Granger Hughes, however, was untouched by his followers' materialistic squabbling. If anything, the siege in the supermarket had made him even more spiritual than before. That morning, as everybody awoke, he walked up and down the aisles in a white cotton caftan, his hands extended, nodding to each of his disciples and blessing their day. As he came to the end of the one-time canned vegetable counter, where Susan was sitting up against the wall, watching over Sally, he paused and stood above her, with the sun gilding his hair like a California halo. "Are you all right?" he asked her. "As well as can be expected," answered Susan. "This isn't exactly the Beverly Hills Hotel." "The Beverly Hills Hotel is a smoking ruin," said Granger. "It was raided on Thursday night, and 2 famous actresses were raped and tortured to death. So just be glad that this isn't the Beverly Hills Hotel." "What's it like outside?" asked Susan. "The looters are still there, waiting for us to weaken, but we won't weaken, of course. Mike Bull calculates that we have a good 5 months of food in here. And I can tell you that we'll still be eating meat and fruit while those looters out there die of starvation and disease. Season looked up at him narrowly. You still think we're chosen, don't you? You still think we deserve to live while those people out there all deserve to die. Granger smiled. It is not for me to question the ways of God. God has decided many times before to test the spiritual and moral strength of his creation with fires and floods and plagues. Now we have famine. Don't you think, after all, that a famine is a fitting test for a nation that for decades has surfeited itself on steak and candies and sheer fat? This country has been so gluttonous that police chiefs have been forced to cut the pay of their officers if they don't lose weight. And did you hear that they had to campaign against obesity among students at the Oral Roberts University? America has been a nation of pigs for too long out of sheer greed, and God has seen fit to punish us for it. Only those who have faith in the practicality of his word will be saved. I don't believe in the practicality of his word. Why should I be saved? Because you are one of my loved ones, and in time I know that you will come to understand that what I say is true. It's not what you say that concerns me, said Season. It's what you do. Granger raised a hand and said, O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Sing unto the Lord, for his anger endureth but a moment. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. What's that? Asked Season. A prayer for everlasting sexual license? Cry tonight, but get your rocks off tomorrow? Granger slowly shook his head from side to side. You're so resentful, aren't you? So angry. But there isn't any need to be. You should feel happiness that the Lord has protected you in this country's terrible time of trouble. You should feel content. You should forget the past and consider the happiness of tomorrow. I don't think I'll ever forget those Hell's Angels, whispered Season, and I don't think I'll ever forget you. There was venom in her voice, undiluted and crackling with hostility. Granger flinched, as if she had spat at him. I think I have other people to talk to, he said, rubbing his cheek slowly with the back of his hand. You'll forgive me? It was an unfortunate choice of words, but Season didn't retaliate any more. She simply turned away and left Granger standing there, uncertain and irritated. After a while, he resumed his beatific smile and continued on down the bottled fruit shelves, blessing his uncomfortable flock and wishing them a safe and prosperous day. By noon on Friday, they had reached the outskirts of liberal Kansas, only a few miles from the Oklahoma line. Ed pulled the Chevy wagon into the side of the dusty highway and wiped the sweat from his face. Behind the Chevy, the small, untidy convoy of cars and wagons pulled up at the side of the road, too, and out climbed farm workers and their wives and children, stretching themselves and lighting cigarettes and rubbing their faces with towels and handkerchiefs. Della, sitting next to Ed, laid her hand on his arm and said, How are you feeling? Are you okay? Ed nodded. I think so. Just tired, that's all. Do you want me to drive? Asked Peter Kaiser from the back. Later, yes, said Ed. We hit 66 at Tucumcari, New Mexico. I want to keep us driving through New Mexico at night. You can take over then. Shearson, wedged in a corner, bejeweled with beads of sweat like a Chinese Buddha, said, Is there any danger of getting anything to eat at this juncture? It is lunchtime, you know. Ed glanced at the clock on the dash. We'll stop to eat once we're out of Kansas. You can have a swig of water if you like." "Dear God, for an ice cold martini and a basket of cold pheasant," murmured Shearson. Without turning around, Ed said, "Senator, if you're going to talk food all the way to Los Angeles, you'd better get out now. The situation's bad enough without you adding your frustrated gourmet fantasies to it." "I shall remember you, Hardesty, when all of this is over," Shearson growled. "I shall remember you as the only man alive who ever managed to force me to diet. Not even my doctor could make me give up oysters, Rockefeller, but you did. I shall have your entrails one of these days." "On toast?" asked Della, "or a la mode?" Lenny Merritt, one of the stock hands, came walking up to Ed's wagon, brushing the flies away from his face. "Mr. Hardesty?" he asked. "What is it, Lenny?" "My little boy Peter's real sick back there. Brought up his breakfast and won't take nothing but sips of water. I've talked to my wife, sir, and the Billingtons, who are riding in there with us, and I'm afraid we've decided to pull out of the convoy and stay here for a while. My wife has an aunt in Dodge City, and we reckoned on traveling back up there." Ed looked down at the man's pinched, sweaty face, his eyes squinting against the glare of the sun. He looked like one of those laborers in those A.B. Frost paintings that Season was always going on about. "You know how risky it's going to be, out on your own?" he asked Merritt. He didn't really have to put that question. He asked it more for the sake of his own conscience than to dissuade Merritt from going. Merritt, of course, nodded. Nobody could have failed to miss the carcasses of burned-out trucks and cars that were strewn along the highway, or driven through abandoned communities like Greensburg and Mineola, where boarded-up houses and looted stores were now visited only by family dogs, fiercely hungry and scavenging for food, without realizing how dangerous the countryside had become. "All right," said Ed. "Give my love to your wife and take a whole lot of care, you understand?" "Yes, sir," said Merritt. "And Mr. Hardesty, sir?" "Yes." Lenny Merritt dropped his gaze. "I just want to say that I'm sure sorry we never got the time to work the farm out the way we should have done. I think you would have made a real good boss." "Thanks, Lenny," said Ed, and sat silent for a long time as the man trudged slowly back to his dusty green car. "Are we going to move on?" asked Shearson Jones. "Or are we going to sit here in this heat until we melt into pools of human grease?" "You speak for yourself, Senator," said Karen from the tail compartment, where she was sitting amongst hurriedly stacked cans of corned beef and carrots and peas, and 2 large polythene containers of water which sloshed loudly as they drove along. "It's okay," said Ed. "We're leaving." He blew the horn 3 times, waved his arm out of the window, and the farm workers hurried back to their cars and started up their motors. "You should have been on wagon train," said Shearson sarcastically. "You should have been on the gang show," retorted Karen. "You're fired," said Shearson. "No way," Karen told him. "I quit your employ the night I found out about the blight crisis appeal." Shearson tugged his shirt out of his waistband and used it to wipe the sweat away from his neck. "I don't know which irritates me more," he remarked, "perspiration or naivete." Ed listened to this bickering without comment. He was still thinking about last night and their hectic escape from the South Burlington farm. In his mind's eye, as he drove along the uneven blacktop to Liberal, he could see the roof of the old farmhouse flaring up and the bedroom drapes flapping and flying from the windows like fiery wings. After their first attack, the raiders had eased off their gunfire for an hour or 2, and at one time Ed was convinced that they must have retreated. Maybe 1 or 2 of them had been hit by shotgun blasts. Maybe they had decided that besieging the farm wasn't worth the hassle just for a few supplies. But shortly before dawn, the garages and stables across the yard had suddenly burst into flames, and Ed had realized that the raiders had been doing nothing more than regrouping and planning a final assault. Fortunately, Ed had been almost ready to pull out by then. The 2 hours of ceasefire had enabled him to assign 12 men to loading the cars and the wagons, and the convoy was only short of a couple of cases of canned fruit when the raiders attacked in force. All the farm workers and their families had scrambled into their vehicles, and they had driven out of the farmyard without lights, letting off shotgun blasts in all directions in a racketing parade like Chinese New Year. It had all been over in a few seconds. There had been a light, inaccurate spray of submachine gun fire in retaliation, which had broken the side window of the last car in the convoy, but that had been all. It was only a mile to the front entrance of South Burlington Farm, and even a heavily laden wagon driving at 40 miles per hour can cover a mile in 1.5 minutes. What had hurt Ed more than anything else, though, had been the sight in his rear-view mirror of the farmhouse, blazing from veranda to roof like a galleon burning at sea. He had been brought up in that house, and apart from the family treasures stored in the attic, the old Hardesty photograph albums dating back to Edwardian days, there were 1,000 memories in that house for Ed, from the strange patterns that were cast on the wall by the tiny stained glass window on the upstairs landing, to the last rail on the back veranda, which he had worn smooth as a boy from riding as his pretend horse. It was like watching his whole childhood burn, the whole reason for his coming back from New York and setting up as a farmer. And as he turned out of the farm entrance and drove into the darkness, he knew just why ordinary mortals should stay well out of politics and power and never try to cross men like Senator Shearson Jones. Liberal Kansas was deserted as they drove through. A gas station on the outskirts was still smoldering, and there were dead bodies lying on the forecourt, clouded in flies. They drove on and crossed the state line into Oklahoma at 12:55 p.m. Occasionally, they picked up random CB messages, but it was clear that most CB channels had been taken over by marauding groups of looters, and when Ed tried appealing to Blue Lightning for advice on highway conditions through New Mexico, there was a suspicious silence, followed by the inquiry, "Where are you? Where are you headed? You got any food with you?" Ed had shut off the CB and glanced across at Della. Della had shrugged and said, "We're on our own. I guess we just have to realize that." It took the convoy 3 hours to cross the Oklahoma Panhandle, stopping to open cans of corned beef just beyond Optima. Ed appointed 2 of his farm workers as lookouts, but there was nothing to be seen but dust and sun. At a few minutes before 4 o'clock, they crossed into Texas at Texhoma and started the 120-mile diagonal trek across the northwest tip of the Panhandle. A few miles into New Mexico, the Mercury Marquis started blowing steam and ground to a halt. The convoy stopped under a sky the color of violet, while one of South Burlington's mechanics took a look under the hood. Ed stood by smoking a cigarette, his dark hair ruffled by the warm evening wind. One of the children, a boy of 5 in a grubby yellow T-shirt, was sitting a few feet away, his face still dirty with tears, watching Ed solemnly. Della came up, holding the pump gun in the crook of her arm. She stood silently beside him for a while, and then she said, "It wasn't your fault, you know, all of this. Whatever you said on television, it wouldn't have made any difference. You understand that, don't you?" "I don't know," said Ed. "Right now I'm too tired to think about it." "You're worried about your wife?" He nodded. "I keep worrying about everybody else's wives and families, too." "It wasn't your fault. Don't you see that? This famine was going to happen whether you announced it on primetime television or not." "I guess you're right. The sick thing is that somebody started it deliberately. The blight and the radiation and the food poisoning. Brother, didn't they make sure they got to every source of food you could think of? Crops, grain, canned foods, frozen foods, you name it. I mean, we're checking every damned can for pinholes. But supposing we miss one? Della said, Maybe we deserved it. The famine, I mean. Ed looked at her. I hope you're kidding, he said. Because whatever the politicians get up to, no kid deserves to be sitting on that rock like that kid over there, with no food and no secure future, when he should be home having his supper and getting ready for bed. You think the Russians did this? Asked Della. I don't know who the hell did it. I'm not sure that I care. All I know is that the whole thing is totally squalid, totally underhand, and if I could lay my hands on just one of the people responsible, I'd screw their head off. Della shielded her eyes and looked up at the dark purple sky and the birds which circled above them with tireless patience. It's like the end of the world, she said quietly. Ed's mechanics managed to get the Mercury to limp at 15 miles per hour as far as Tucumcuri. There its cooling system gave out completely, and the 7 people who had been riding in it stood around like relatives at a funeral while Dyson Kane poked inside the steamy hood again and pronounced it dead. We just don't have the spares, he said, and it looks like the whole engine's been damaged beyond repair. I'm afraid it's rest in peace. Ed and Dyson left everybody beside the highway while they drove around Tucumcuri looking for abandoned cars or wagons. They found 3, but all 3 of them were wrecked or had wheels missing. There was only one reasonable-looking vehicle in the whole place, a shiny 1968 Cadillac parked outside an odd asbestos and corrugated iron house in a sloping street with a view of Tucumcuri Peak. It was almost dark now, and they were getting desperate. Dyson jumped down from the Chevy and quickly crossed the street to where the Cadillac was parked. It's locked, he called, trying the handle. Maybe I can open it up with a length of wire. Ed looked around the untidy interior of the wagon. There was a wire coat hanger in back, and he leaned over the seat to reach for it. He heard a snap, like someone slamming a book shut, and at first he thought it was his seat mounting, clicking into place. But then he looked up and saw Dyson huddled up on the road beside the Cadillac, with a dark river of blood already sliding across the dusty black top from a wound in his head. Ed immediately ducked low in his seat and reached for his automatic. He couldn't find it. Either it had slid backwards into the garbage on the floor, or someone had taken it. Peter Kaiser, maybe, when he wasn't looking. There was another snap, and a high-powered bullet pinged off the hub of the offside front wheel. Inch by inch, Ed raised his head until his eyes appeared over the sill of the Chevy's window. It was impossible to see where the shooting was coming from, although he guessed the sniper was concealed in the old asbestos house. He could hardly see Dyson now in the gloom of the evening, but there wasn't any question at all that he was dead. Half of his head was lying on the road. Ed started up the Chevy's engine, released the parking brake, and slowly rolled away down the street, keeping his head down behind the door. Only when he was well around the corner did he sit up straight and drive with howling tires back to the highway where the rest of the convoy were waiting. "Where's Dyson?" asked Della as Ed stepped down. "Did he get us a car?" "He's dead," said Ed. "There's a sniper in one of the houses back there. Hit him when he was trying to open a car door." "The sniper?" asked one of the farmhands, a tough little Nebraskan in faded overalls. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go smoke him out." Ed shook his head. "There's no point. He'd probably pick off 2 or 3 of us before we could get any place near him. I don't want anybody else dead, and that's it. It's serious enough losing Dyson." "What are we going to do about a car?" asked a pale-faced woman, holding a sleeping 2-year-old in her arms. "Well, we have a choice," said Ed. "Either you 7 find somewhere to bed down for the night, and we'll go on ahead, and see if we can't find another car for you and send someone back with it. Or else you can squeeze into the vehicles we have left." "Mr. Hardesty, I'd rather stay. We've been traveling all day. We're exhausted. And besides, if we leave now, we're going to have to abandon all of our food, and I don't think we ought to do that." "She's right," said her husband. "Who knows when we're going to find anything else to eat? We can't afford to abandon 50 or 60 cans of meat. It could keep us alive for weeks." Ed looked around at the other workers who had been traveling in the broken-down Mercury. Old Mrs. Tilsley, who had given him fresh-baked cookies from her cottage windowsill when he was young, leaning on the arm of her grandson, Keith Perks. Henry and Susan Carlson, who had come to work at South Burlington after their own farm in Dighton had gone bankrupt. God, he thought. It had been easy enough to accept responsibility for these people when he had been threatening Senator Jones with his automatic, but now they were looking to him to guide them through the worst disaster of their whole lives. And he wasn't at all sure he was strong enough or even willing enough. He had left his own mother behind someplace. There hadn't been time to go look for her. And apart from his mother, there were Season and Sally in Los Angeles, who might even be dead for all he knew, and Jack Merowitz and Willard Noakes and Dyson Kane, who had all been butchered. And the Muldoon brothers, who had been doing nothing at all but their job, and everybody else across the breadth of the United States who had died in the riots and the looting that had followed his sanctimonious revelation of Shearson's little bit of business on the side. If I'd just been adult enough to keep my mouth shut, he thought, and maybe the president would have had time to cope with the situation as it broke. If I'd thought the whole thing through before I started shooting my mouth off. If only Shearson hadn't asked me to be his representative farmer, he said quietly. You are sure you're prepared to stay? We'll send a car back just as soon as we find one. We'll stay, said Henry Carlson in a firm voice. I don't expect there'll be a whole lot of danger around here. It looks like everything's been pretty thoroughly looted in any case. All right then, said Ed. The rest of us will move on. Do you need extra shotgun cartridges, anything like that? We'll manage, Henry Carlson assured him. So 20 minutes later, the depleted convoy drove off into the darkness, leaving 7 people behind them. Ed glanced in his rear-view mirror and saw them signal a quick goodbye with a flashlight. In the back of the wagon, Shearson Jones said, I could happily get myself outside of a filet de boeuf en croûte with Périgordin sauce. Do you know that's a specialty of the Masonette restaurant on East 6th Street in Cincinnati, of all places? They also do an excellent trout stuffed with crab. Ed said, I warned you, Senator. One more word about food, and you're going to be hitchhiking your way to California. As they headed through the hills towards Albuquerque, Peter Kaiser asked, Do you want me to take over the wheel now? I'd be happy to. Ed rubbed his eyes. I'm not sure if I can trust you yet, Mr. Kaiser. Well, maybe you can't, said Peter. But you can't stay awake all night. You're going to have to sleep sometime. Della said, He's right, Ed. I can keep an eye on him. Okay, Ed agreed. But there's just one thing. Oh, yes? He reached his hand backwards from the driving seat and said, You can give me my gun back, okay? Your gun? Queried Peter Kaiser. I don't have your gun. You're trying to tell me you didn't sneak it out from under my seat when we were driving along? Of course I didn't. What are you talking about? Do you want to search me? Ed turned around in his seat. What about you, Senator? Do you have it? Shearson gave a small, contemptuous shake of his head, which clearly implied that he didn't have time for weapons. His weapon was his political influence. All right, said Ed, flicking on his turn signal and drawing into the side of the road. You can drive for a while. 3 hours, straight down 66, and don't stop for anybody or anything, unless you see an abandoned car in good shape that we can send back to the Carlsons. Peter Kaiser heaved himself up into the driver's seat, while Ed squeezed himself into the back seat next to Shearson Jones. "I'd appreciate it if you'd resist the temptation to rest your head on my stomach while you sleep," said Shearson. "I think I can manage that," Ed replied, and bundled up a towel to make himself a pillow. As Peter Kaiser drove the wagon through the night, Ed lay awake, exhausted but unable to sleep. The shock of Dyson Kane's death on the streets of Tucumcuri began to make him tremble, as if someone was shaking him to make him understand something, shaking him and refusing to let up. He dozed for minutes at a time, and dreams danced in front of his eyes like some kind of grotesque carnival. The house at South Burlington, flaring up, Willard Noakes collapsing into the darkness, and Dyson Kane lying on the roadway, his blood sprayed everywhere, only it wasn't blood at all, but a pattern cut out of colored paper, and when Ed walked towards him, Dyson turned his face around towards him and grinned a disturbing, idiot grin. As dawn began to rise through the Zuni Mountains, behind them, they came across an abandoned white Pontiac, one of its doors still open, and its keys still in the ignition. There was no sign of the driver. Young Dave Morton, Olaf Morton's son, volunteered to drive it back to Tucumcuri and pick up the 7 people they had left behind. Ed, pale-faced, unshaved, frowsy with sleep, said, "You take care now, do you understand? If anything goes wrong, you come speeding back to join us. We'll take it slow from here and wait for you 2 hours at Lake Havasu. Then we're going on whether you've caught up with us or not." "Yes, sir," said Dave, his eyes hidden behind mirror sunglasses. Then he U-turned the Pontiac around and sped off east. "Okay," said Ed, "let's press on." Shearson put in, "There's no chance of breakfast, I suppose. The merest soupçon of canned pork roll." "I see your tastes are beginning to adapt," Ed told him, climbing back into the wagon. "We'll have you dreaming of M&Ms before the day's out." 12. Saturday was the first day of the final collapse of American society. Millions of people, most of them used to 2 or 3 substantial meals a day, now hadn't eaten properly for 3 days. They were still strong enough to resist opening cans suspected of containing botulism, but few were so fussy about foods that might have been irradiated by cobalt-60. They were so convinced that something would turn up and that they wouldn't have to survive on contaminated rations for more than a few days that they decided to risk it. Something might have turned up if the looting and the burning hadn't inflicted such grievous damage on the cities and the towns and the countryside, and if the National Guard and the Army had been able to devote their energies to distributing food and organizing new crop programs. But hunger and fear had broken down everything that had held the United States together. Brotherhood, e pluribus unum, had been a luxury that only affluence had been able to sustain. Now, each racial and ethnic and class community turned it on itself for protection, and within days the nation was tribalized. On Saturday afternoon, declaring New York State a war zone, the 9th state in 2 days, the vice president said that 20 years of civil rights struggle had vanished in 20 minutes as if it had never been. He added that those people who are dying today are showing us that John Kennedy and Martin Luther King died in vain. Although interstate communications were now severely disrupted, and it was impossible to make an accurate count, it was estimated by the besieged Department of Health that somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 Americans died of botulism during Friday night. Worse, hunger was beginning to affect the morale of the armed forces. Men of the 101st Airborne Division, based at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, refused to go to the assistance of beleaguered National Guardsmen in Lexington until they were issued with rations. Deserters walked off camps and air bases in their hundreds, many taking their weapons with them. 5 men of the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment were shot at Fort Bliss, Texas, for attempting to hijack a tank. Flying across Illinois in a private plane with special permission from the Air Force, Dan Rather broadcast one of the most moving reports of the whole famine. He talked about acre upon acre of blackened fields with gray smoke rising everywhere, like the fires of a primitive, prehistoric age. He was in tears as he finished his report with a prayer for the future. The president, weak but improving, was released on Saturday evening from hospital after he was briefed by his advisors on the national famine situation and on the prospects of expediting aid from other countries. He asked about the freight train of supplies that was supposed to have come into Washington to help support the administration. He was told gravely that it had been attacked by vigilantes and burned. Bill Brinsky of the New York Times had appeared on television Wednesday night and revealed exclusively that the White House had arranged to feed top officials from secret stores of food, just as Ed Hardesty had claimed. As a result, angry mobs of black looters had raided each of the warehouses where government food was stored and destroyed it or carried it off. Perhaps our only consolation is that we didn't have time to check the food for botulism or radiation, said the vice president. You call that a consolation? Asked the president, with tired but offended dignity. The very least of our countrymen doesn't deserve to die like a rat. The president's economic advisor said later, President always finds it easier to be expansive when the worst has already come to the worst. By God, if he'd heard Bill Brinsky's broadcast for himself, he probably would have had a heart seizure. During that first briefing, one report from the Pentagon went unnoticed. It lay on the president's desk amongst a whole sheaf of papers on disease and medical treatment. It said simply, "We are seriously concerned at this time about the preparedness of the United States to defend itself against preemptive military strikes from hostiles." The president was too tired, too confused, too hopeless to read it and realize what it really meant. 13. By first light on Sunday morning, the mob around the Hughes supermarket had swelled to 500 or 600 people. Season, unable to sleep, had been watching them gather. They were Hollywood suburbanites mostly, ordinary men and women who lived in the quiet small houses on Yucca Avenue and Orange Grove Avenue and Porto Drive. They hadn't shouted or screamed or made much of a noise as they assembled around the fires of broken boxes and pieces of timber that had kept them warm during the night. But their very quietness had been menacing. They were people whose ordinary, comfortable lifestyles had been abruptly taken away from them in the space of a few frightening days, and now they wanted a share of what was left. They had already torn down the wooden cross that Granger Hughes had erected by the newspaper machines on the sidewalk and burned it. Now, in the gray haze of dawn, they surrounded the building in their checkered golf pants and their Bermuda shorts and their canary yellow suntops, plain people who believed they had a right to survive. Granger Hughes in his white caftan came up to join Season at the window. "Pretty frightening, isn't it?" asked Season. Granger shielded his eyes against the reflections in the glass. "No," he said at last, "I don't think it's frightening. They're all part of God's flock, just as we are. If you think that, why are all of your friends sitting on all of this food, and why are we keeping them out? Someone has to carry on the word, replied Granger. Someone has to stay alive to keep the Lord's teachings alive in the new world that must follow. Susan looked at him for a while. Then she said hesitantly, Granger, are you sure you're okay? Okay. Why shouldn't I be? I don't know. I didn't mean any offense. It's just that you've been acting kind of, I don't know, spaced out. He stared at her, perplexed, but then he smiled. Well, he said in a voice that sounded more like the man she had first met, the man who had come around to Topanga Canyon to make love to her. It isn't often that an Old Testament situation actually happens for real, is it? I mean, this is a real biblical workout for anybody's faith. What next? Locusts? 7 fat kine? 7 lean kine? Plague? Susan turned and looked out at the silent crowds of people. The sun was up now, and they had let their fires burn down. They stood like ghosts of American suburbia amidst the drifting smoke. There was movement amongst them, shuffling and rippling, as if they were trying to summon up enough courage to make a rush for the front of the supermarket. I don't know about tests of faith, Susan whispered. All I know is that I've never been so frightened in my life. Mike Bull came up, rolling up his shirt sleeves. He was already growing the beginnings of a beard. That crowd's looking pretty threatening to me, he said to Granger, pressing his face to the window. I shouldn't be surprised if they try breaking in. Couldn't we try throwing them out a few cans of food? Asked Susan. Wouldn't that show them we meant well? Mike Bull shook his head. If they think we've got food to spare just to keep them at bay, that'll only get them worked up even more. Besides, we don't want to help prolong their stamina, do we? Not even for 1 day. Give them 2, 3 days. They'll be weak as kittens. Then if we've managed to keep them out, they'll either die or they'll try someplace else. Sally, rubbing sleep from her eyes, came up and put her arms around Susan's waist. Susan stroked her hair and then bent down and kissed her. I don't know, she said. It just seems to me that for active church members, everybody here is acting pretty damned uncharitable. Mike Bull said, Listen, lady, this might not seem like charity, but charity is no use at all unless it works. If we open the doors of this supermarket and let everybody in, our whole stock of food, 5 months of food, is going to be gone in 5 minutes. Tomorrow we'll be hungry. Now what's the point of that? Do you want to see your daughter starve? Do you want to see her ribs showing through her skin? Because if you do, that's the way to do it. I'm not suggesting anything at all, said Susan defensively. I don't want Sally to starve, and I don't want to starve myself, but look at those people out there. They're just ordinary people, like all of us. They didn't follow the Church of the Practical Miracle, said Mike Bull in a level voice. And this, to me, is the practical miracle, with the emphasis on practical. Are people surviving this famine and coming out the other side? Susan turned to Granger. I can see why your church was so popular, she said caustically. You were only interested in miracles that helped your unworthy little selves. Wholesome, capitalist, racially selective, no busing. Proposition 13, private medicine-oriented miracles. What are you talking about? Said Mike Bull. We let in Hispanics. We even let in blacks. Tony there, he's Italian. He was going to join. I haven't seen any blacks or Hispanics here in the supermarket, said Susan. Granger laid his hand on her shoulder. Regretfully, we couldn't contact everybody in time, he said. Besides, put in Mike Bull, what are you being so critical about? This church has saved your life, hasn't it? and your daughter's life. Just be thankful you're not out there with all of those hungry people." Susan was about to say something sharp in reply, but she checked herself. Maybe she was just tired and frayed and depressed. Maybe she was sick of being imprisoned in this supermarket, sick of the lines for the washroom every morning, sick of the evening sing-songs and the daily arguments, sick of the whole way in which the Hughes supermarket had become a microcosm of American small-town thinking. "We're okay because we're in here with our food, buddy, and just you keep your distance." Susan was a smart, bright girl, a city girl. In the city, you learned how to be aggressive, and you learned how to survive. But somehow, sitting on your own little pile of stuff wasn't what real survival was all about. Real survival was working things out with other people, taking the risk to relate. Amongst these smug, quasi-religious Californians, Susan felt even more alienated than she had on South Burlington Farm. "Granger," she said, "I'm sorry, I apologize. You offered to help me, and I accepted your offer. I didn't have any right to slander your beliefs." But Granger didn't answer. Granger was looking at her with a bright, mesmerized glassiness in his eyes that made her involuntarily turn around to see if there was someone standing behind her. "Granger?" she repeated. Even Mike Bull frowned. "You're right," Granger said in a hoarse, slow voice. "You're absolutely right." "I'm right? What are you talking about?" Granger raised his hand, 2 fingers extended, a gesture unnervingly reminiscent of Jesus. "Those people out there, they deserve the benefits of our faith. They deserve the miracles just as much as we do." "Granger," said Mike, taking his arm, "why don't you come and have a cup of hot coffee and maybe some cookies? I know Nam Mamawek just brewed up." "No, you misunderstand me," breathed Granger. "I'm being tested here. This is my test. This is how my faith is being put through its ultimate workout. Don't you see it? How God has spoken to me. Through Susan here. How God has arranged this whole situation, this entire interface, so that I can discover at last what practical miracles really are." "Granger, I don't know what the hell you're talking about," said Mike. "I mean, really." "You don't remember John, chapter 6, verse 5, when the 5,000 followed Jesus to the mountain, and Jesus said to Philip, 'Whence shall we buy bread, that these may eat?'" Mike Bull glanced outside at the restless crowds. "Well, yes," he said awkwardly, "but the plain fact is that we just don't have enough." "That's it," cried Granger. "That's absolutely it. The gospel is repeating itself. I have said to you, how are we going to feed all these people out there? And you, like Philip, have said the modern equivalent of what Philip said, which was, 200 pennyworth of bread is not sufficient for them, that every one of them may take a little." But Jesus had asked Philip this question to test him, right? Because it's written in the Bible that Jesus knew what he would do. Mike Bull stared at Granger, face to face for a long time. Granger was trembling, and there was white spittle at the corners of his mouth. "Okay, sure," said Mike, uncertainly. "But what are you going to do?" "A miracle," said Granger. "A contemporary practical miracle. Maybe not the feeding of the 5,000, but certainly the feeding of the 500. "It can't work," Mike Bull told him, with hushed earnestness. "Granger, it just can't work." "Do you think Philip believed the miracle that Jesus performed would work? Of course he didn't. The only way that anybody can ever believe in a miracle is to see it happen in front of his eyes. Now go to the stockroom and bring me 5 packs of that crisp bread and 2 cans of tuna." "Granger!" Granger seized the front of Mike Bull's shirt, not angrily, but with intense religious passion. "It's what we believe in, Mike. It's what we actually believe in, and now's our chance to show that it can happen for real. We can work a miracle, Mike, just the way Jesus did. Others have done it. Others did it in Jesus' time, and Jesus didn't mind. He approved of it. We can work this miracle, and at the same time we can purge ourselves of all our selfishness and our greed. Don't you understand me? This one act is going to be our salvation. Season said, Granger, if you go out there, they could very well kill you. Granger shook his head. No chance of that. I know whose voice comes out of your mouth, Season. You've tested me before, tested me hard when I thought that I was testing you. They won't hurt me, those people out there, especially when they see what I'm bringing them. Especially when they clear up after they've eaten and realize how much they've left over. He was exultant now, feverishly excited and unstoppable. Go, Mike, he said. Go get the bread and the fish and tell young Tony to make ready to open one of the doors so that I can go out. Mike hesitated, but Granger repeated, Go, in such a quiet and beatific way that Mike found it impossible to resist him. He walked down the aisle to the stockroom and came back a minute or two later with 5 packs of Kellogg's crisp bread and 2 cans of chicken of the sea. 7 or 8 of Granger's closest disciples had gathered around him now, wanting to know what was going on, and they watched in awe as Granger arranged the food in a supermarket basket and prepared to step outside. That mob sure looks unhappy, remarked one of the men, a bald, sun-bronzed insurance salesman from the San Fernando Valley. I'm glad it's not me that's going out there. Granger laid a hand on his shoulder. You are about to witness a miracle. Doubting Thomas. When you see what happens, you'll wish more than anything else that you were me, and that God's generosity and kindness was flowing through you. The man made a moo and said, Good luck all the same. Tony was ready at the door, holding his .22 target pistol. As Granger came forward with his shopping basket under his arm, he said, Sure you want to go? If they try to attack you, I may not be able to let you back in. Attack me? Smiled Granger. He touched Tony's head with the sign of the cross. They will adore me, and I will bring them in here afterwards, friendly and laughing. I doubted my faith until now, just as you doubt it now, but this is the test. This is the time. Season said to Mike Bull, Do you really think we ought to let him go? I don't know what's come over him. One minute he was trying to persuade me that God had chosen nobody else but us to survive. Now he's risking his life to feed a whole mob of starving people with 5 packs of crisp bread and 2 cans of tuna fish. I don't see what we can do to stop him, said Mike. But why does he even want to go? I don't know. He's always been kind of changeable. Up one minute, down the next, but I think he's been worrying for days about letting other people go hungry, while we're all holed up in here. He tried to justify it, tried to think his way around it, but I know that it made him feel guilty as all hell. I don't think you helped much, needling his faith all the time. I guess he thinks he's found a way to solve it now. He feeds everybody outside with a miracle, and that means we can keep the rest of the food in the stockroom with a clear conscience. Season watched Tony sliding back one of the metal bars from the door. Granger's so messed up, she said. I thought he was so together, but he's so messed up. He's been in analysis for 10 years. Granger stood with one hand clasping his huge crucifix as Tony reached down and turned the key in the supermarket door. In his white caftan, he looked thin, spiritual, and vulnerable, quite unlike the first time that Season had met him, and very unlike the day he had come around to see her alone at the house on Topanga Canyon. Outside, on Highland Avenue, she could see the crowds shifting and swaying in curiosity. She looked at their faces, and in a strange way, their hunger and their fear had given them the same concentrated intensity that Granger was showing on his face. It was an extraordinary confrontation of utter need with utter faith. Tony pulled open the door and pushed Granger unceremoniously out onto the sidewalk. Then Tony locked the door again and barred it. He glanced across at Mike Bull with an expression that meant, "I didn't want to, but what else could I do?" Mike shrugged and turned away. Mike wasn't yet ready to have his support for the Church of the Practical Miracle and what the church believed in tested to the limit. He wasn't yet ready to admit that he might have joined it because Mrs. Linder Javits, divorcee, regular customer, and possible replacement for his dead wife Anne, was also a member. As it turned out, Mrs. Javits hadn't answered when Mike had tried to call her and tell her that the congregation was assembling in the supermarket, and for all he knew, she could be just as dead as Anne. He hadn't told anybody, not even Tony, although Tony had noticed that he went into his office more often than usual for a quick stiff shot of whiskey. Granger Hughes stood on the sidewalk outside the supermarket with the early morning sunlight rising behind him. The cool breeze flapped his caftan around his ankles. The crowd on the opposite side of the road stood silently and watched him. Granger raised a hand. "I have brought you food," he said in a clear voice. "I have brought you sustenance enough for all." There was a restless murmuring in the crowd. One or two of them stepped forward until they were only a few paces away from where Granger was standing. "You should all be seated, as the 5,000 were seated on the mountain," called Granger. "Then I will walk amongst you and distribute what I have brought." One of the men with a pinched face and an orange floral shirt said, "What's that you got in the basket? Samples?" "This is all I shall need," said Granger, with great calm. "Are you kidding?" asked another man. Granger shook his head. "You may not be able to believe it now, but if you seat yourselves on the ground, I shall pass amongst you, and you will see for yourselves how much is here." "For Christ's sake," said the man in the orange shirt. "Yes," said Granger, "for Christ's sake." He walked towards them with his wire basket on his arm. Susan, watching him through the supermarket window, was holding her breath so tight that her heart was beating in long, slow bumps. She could hear Mike Bull behind her breathe, "Oh, my God." Granger reached into his basket and took out one of the packets of Kellogg's crisp bread, offering it to the man in the orange shirt. The gesture was so affectionate and had such generous innocence that Susan had to close her eyes. However messed up Granger might have been, however eccentric and Californian his church, he was now offering food to the hungry in the sincere belief that God would help him to satisfy them. The man in the orange shirt, unbelievably, actually took the crisp bread and stared down at it as if he couldn't quite understand what it was. But then he hurled it away from him and turned on Granger with a screech of frustrated rage that Susan could hear clearly, even inside the barricaded market. The man grabbed hold of Granger's caftan and ripped the back of it, exposing Granger's naked back and his blue shorts. The crowd searched across the road as if they were runners in a marathon. The noise they made was hair-raising, a peculiar kind of ululating warble, as primitive and frightening as Zulus or Apaches. They gathered around Granger in a furious tearing mob, and for a moment he disappeared completely. Tony, gray-faced, said, "They're killing him, right in front of our eyes. They're killing him, Mike." Susan couldn't say anything. None of them had really expected Granger to go out there and pacify 500 starving people, but for a few heady minutes they had all wondered, just wondered if miracles could happen for real. Susan held Sally close, and when Sally asked her, "What's happening, Mommy? Where's Mr. Hughes gone?" Susan tried to soothe her and stroke her and say, "No place, honey. Maybe to heaven." But Granger wasn't in heaven yet. Granger was still in hell. There was a sudden struggling in the crowd, a sudden desperate fighting and wrenching and screaming, and it was then that something came pushing and tearing its way through the howling crowds of people. Arid collided with the windows of the supermarket with such force that they rattled and reverberated. Something that smeared red all over the glass with the feverish abandon of an action painter trying to finish a masterpiece against the clock. Susan looked, just once, and then she couldn't open her eyes again, not for whole eons of agonized time. They had already torn off Granger's scalp and most of his beard. One of his arms had been twisted around and around, right out of its socket, and there was nothing but blood and gristle where his left shoulder should have been. His scrotum had been wrenched from between his legs, and his thighs were plastered in gore. And as he shrieked and flapped his one broken arm against the supermarket window, his horrified followers saw 7 or 8 hands pull back his head and claw at his eyes, digging them out of their sockets in a welter of optic fluid and blood. Then, mercifully, they dragged him out of sight. But none of the people in the supermarket knew how long they took to kill him, or what he suffered in those last minutes of his life. Mike Bull came across to Susan and touched her arm. She jumped and opened her eyes. Mike Bull said, It's, He didn't know what to say to her. He was dizzy with shock. For some reason, he was reminded of Anne, and he suddenly started to cry. The tears streamed down his face, and his mouth was puckered with suppressed sobs. Susan gently led Sally away, back to the corner by the canned fruit shelves, which they were beginning to know as their home. Tony said, "We shouldn't never have let him out." Mike wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "You can't stop martyrs from martyring themselves, Tony. He must have known as well as we did." "Yeah, but they tore him to shreds, Mike. I mean, shreds." "They wouldn't have done if his miracle had worked, would they? Or maybe they would, I don't know. Jesus worked all of those miracles, didn't he? And they still crucified him." Susan, in her small corner by the fruit shelves, sat with her knees clasped in her arms, trying to understand what was real. Sally hadn't been able to see Granger Hughes's grisly last moments from where she was standing, although she understood now that something terrifying had taken place, that Granger had somehow been hurt. "Mommy," she said quietly. Susan attempted a smile. "Mommy, is Daddy going to come save us?" Susan looked at her daughter, at their daughter, with a gentleness that misted her eyes. "I mustn't start crying," she thought. "Not now, when I'm supposed to be strong. Not now, when Sally's expecting me to reassure her." And yet Sally had put into words the flittering, irrational hope which Susan had been holding out for all of these days of fright and uncertainty. "Maybe Ed's coming to save us. He must be coming to save us. He knows what things are like in Los Angeles. No matter what happened between us, he must be thinking of us now. He can't still be in Kansas looking after the farm. He's not that kind of a guy. He's boring sometimes. Pretty often he doesn't recognize what a woman needs out of her life, but he knows when she needs protection and care. He knows when she really needs help. And now, God damn it, all to hell." She started crying. She couldn't stop the hot tears from springing into her eyes, from blurring her picture of the little girl she and Ed had conceived between them, pretty and serious and patient. And as she wept, she touched Sally's hair and told her, "Of course Daddy's coming to save us. He's coming right now. Of course he's coming to save us." They had waited under a dense blue sky for 3 hours, their convoy drawn to the side of Route 66 by Topak, where the highway crosses Havasu Lake. In the western distance, 5 small clouds had stayed suspended close to the horizon for the whole 3 hours, not moving, unstirred by any wind. The landscape was as hot and limpid as a painting by Dali, with the Sacramento Mountains up ahead and the Huayalape Mountains behind. Arizona on a Saturday in August. A country of heat ripples and mirages and strange illusions. Eventually, Ed walked back to the Chevy wagon, opened the door, and climbed into the driver's seat. His passengers said nothing, but all of them looked at him with sweat-glistened faces and expressions that pleaded, "Please, move on." "All right," he said with a dry mouth. "We're pulling out." "Thank the Lord," intoned Shearson. "Half an hour more, and I'd have melted to butter." Ed started up the wagon's engine, and the first warm blast surged out of the air conditioning vents. He blew his horn 3 times, and the convoy coughed and whinnied and slowly pulled away from the roadside. They crossed the Colorado River, and then wound their way slowly northwest through the Sacramento Mountains, with the peaks of the Dead Mountains over on their left. The sky remained the same relentless blue. "Last lap," said Ed as he drove. "We're in California now." "3 cheers," said Shearson. "Do you want to try that radio again now? See if we can't pick up some news?" Ed switched on the radio, rolling the dial between finger and thumb. There were 1 or 2 faint broadcasts, voices that were swallowed by topography and distance. But most of the time, there was nothing but a heavy, colorless crackling. After 10 minutes of trying, however, Ed picked up a tiny remote voice which told him it was an emergency station from Las Vegas, Nevada. "We hear that the president has recovered from his illness and has returned to the White House to take charge of the crisis personally. We hear that several thousand people died during the past 24 hours from botulism. People who apparently considered the risk worth taking. And we also hear that Britain has flown 2,000 tons of emergency supplies into New York, against the express wishes of her fellow EEC members." They were driving now through South Pass, towards the Peyote Mountains and the Mojave Desert. The heat was killing. Ed had turned the Chevy's air conditioning to max, but it was coughing and choking like a tuberculosis patient, and giving out nothing but a stream of uncomfortable, tepid air. Shearson was fanning himself continuously with the wagon's instruction booklet, which he had discovered on the floor, and Peter Kaiser was sitting, staring out of the window like Rodin's thinker on a bad afternoon. Karen, amongst the corned beef cans and the sloshing water, slept. As they passed the Old Dad Mountains on their way to Ludlow, Ed saw a plume of dust coming up fast from behind. It grew nearer and nearer, and as it overtook the convoy, he recognized it as Dave Morton in his borrowed Pontiac. He pulled over to the side of the road, and Dave Morton pulled up alongside. "You didn't get back to Tucumcari?" he shouted. Dave waved his hands. "I got back there okay," he yelled. "Then what's the matter? Why didn't you pick them up?" "They were dead, all of them. Looked like they'd been sick or something. There was nothing I could do." Ed sat back in his seat. The vinyl was wet and sticky with cooled-off sweat. "Botulism," he said to himself. "One of those cans of food they were carrying must have been infected." Della held his wrist. "There was nothing you could have done about it," she told him gently. "It's a risk that everybody's taking right now. They took the risk, those people, and they lost. There's nothing you can do." Ed stared at her, the muscles in his cheeks working with anguish. "Those people, as you call them, were the folks who made South Burlington what it was. Henry Carlson, Mrs. Tilsley, Keith Perks. Do you know that it was Mrs. Tilsley who was the first person to tell me about the Tooth Fairy? And now it's happened. She's dead. In Tucumcari, New Mexico, of botulism. She wasn't even allowed to die at home. Ed, these are terrible times. We're all taking risks. They took theirs. You really believe that? Ed asked her. All those people wanted to do was live their lives out in peace and order. That's all. They didn't want drama or pain or death in a strange city. They simply wanted to see the sunrise and set over Kansas for a few more years. That's what I hate about this famine. It's killing us all, but it won't let us die in the America we're used to. It wouldn't even let me die on South Burlington Farm. You don't want to die. Not on South Burlington Farm, nor anywhere. Think of Susan and Sally. Think of me. Ed looked at her. In her open plaid shirt and her grubby white jeans. The pump gun was still tucked down beside the passenger seat and the door. Her red hair was drawn back from her face with a green ribbon. You? He asked her. She nodded. Even if you've got nothing else at all, you've still got me. As the sun went down on Sunday evening, the president was lying propped up in bed, paper strewn all over his gold-colored quilt, looking bloodless and tired. Sitting astride one of the bedroom chairs beside him was his national security advisor, Louis Krupner, a sharp-faced man with an equally sharp manner. By the window, diffident and quiet, soberly dressed in a dark suit, stood Charles Kernick, director of the FBI. What I need is conclusive evidence, the president was saying, while his thin hand picked at the braiding on his quilt. Until I have conclusive, irrefutable evidence, I can't possibly order any kind of retaliation. Charles Kernick said, I don't see who else could have done it. No other country has the motive, the organizational capabilities, or the finance. Think what the whole operation must have cost. Infiltrating canning plants, sabotaging grain elevators, spreading Vora RD over every major farm between here and California. Still a whole lot cheaper than the cheapest armed conflict, said Louis Krupner, without taking his eyes off the president. The president rubbed his eyes. Charles, he said, would you mind pulling that drape across the window? This sunlight's getting in my eyes. Charles Kernick did as he was told. Then he stood with his hands together like a small boy about to give a recitation. Mr. President, he intoned, unless we strike now, and unless we strike quickly, we're going to be nothing more than a sitting target. As it is, I don't think we can sustain 100% national security for more than a few hours longer. The president picked up some papers and then tiredly laid them down again. You're the director of the FBI, Charles, and a very good director. But you can't use the same street-fighting methods when it comes to international diplomacy. Just for the sake of satisfying your hunches, you're thinking of bringing the whole world down on our heads? Hunches? Demanded Kernick. We already hold a list of 200 cannery workers from Washington state to Florida, every one of whom has gone missing and every one of whom has forged or questionable papers. We've already found out that most of the crop virus was spread by 2 phony aerial photography businesses, yours Spread from the Sky Incorporated and High Lens Limited. We already know for a proven fact that the Soviet armed forces have between 70,000 and 100,000 chemical warfare specialists, and that every line regiment has a chemical defense company assigned to it. Kernick reached into his breast pocket and produced a folded news magazine cutting. It's public knowledge, for heaven's sake. Look at this. From Time, March 10th, 1980. Using bombs, artillery shells, mortars, multiple rocket launchers, air-delivered sprays, or even landmines, the Soviets can attack with phosgene, mustard gas, hydrogen cyanide, nerve agents, botulin, and a variety of lethal viruses. What more proof do you want, Mr. President, when every half-informed adult in the country already knows it for a fact? The president closed his eyes. He spoke without opening them. Charles, he said, when you bring me just one of those 200 missing cannery workers, and you establish to me beyond any reasonable doubt that your one cannery worker is a Soviet agent, when you bring me just one pilot from either of those aerial photography corporations and prove to me that your one pilot works for Moscow, then I shall act. Immediately. Decisively. Totally. Charles Kernick waited for the president to say something else, but he didn't. He remained white-faced against his pillow, his eyes still closed. And not until then? Asked Kernick hoarsely. Is that what you're saying? Under no circumstances at all? Charles, you're asking me to drop nuclear bombs on Moscow. You're asking me to devastate a nation. Charles Kernick wiped his mouth with his hand, as if he had tasted something objectionably bitter. Well, why not? He asked. They've already devastated ours. He stood silent, his eyes fixed on the floor. Outside there was the intermittent popping and crackling of gunfire. The president said to Louis Krupner, Hand me those tablets on the side table, would you? Thanks. Then he turned to Charles Kernick and asked, in a formal, curiously unreal voice, Are you staying here for dinner, Charles? Or must you get back to the office? Dinner? Asked Charles Kernick with an expression of disgust. 14. They drove into Los Angeles at dusk on Monday night. They had been held up for more than half a day in the Mojave Desert by burst coolant hoses, clogged exhausts, and flats. Then there had been the treacherous business of driving in convoy through the small towns east of the Los Angeles conurbation, towns where small raiding parties still roamed the streets, shooting at anything that looked like food. Pasadena had been a ghost town, a white mirage that shimmered under the sandy peaks of the San Gabriel Mountains. They had stopped on the freeway, overlooking the town for a 20-minute rest and a scrappy meal of processed meat, canned raspberries, and tepid water. They had seen nobody in the streets anywhere and heard nothing but the persistent whistling of the warm wind. It was as if the whole population of America had eerily vanished. As the sun glowered at them from up ahead, as crimson and sorcerous as a witch's fire, they drove slowly westwards along the Ventura Freeway, weaving their way in between wrecked and abandoned cars until they reached the intersection with the Hollywood Freeway. Ed had ordered that every car in the convoy should have at least one gun at the ready, but the freeways were deserted, and they saw nobody. The first thing I want to do is check with the FBI office, said Della. Where's that? Asked Ed. On Hollywood Boulevard, between Ivor and Vine. The sun had gone by the time they reached Hollywood Boulevard turnoff. As they came up the ramp to street level, they saw the heavy piles of smoke hanging over Los Angeles, and they could smell burning and death on the wind. A police car sped past them along Hollywood Boulevard, heading east with its light flashing and its siren warbling. Just about the first sign of life since Victorville, remarked Della. The convoy drove at 10 miles per hour along Hollywood Boulevard, between the stores and the movie theaters and the parking lots, until Ed pulled the Chevy wagon in at the curb by Hollywood and Vine. It's here? He asked Della. In the back seat, Shearson Jones was asleep and snoring heavily with his nose in the air like a Walt Disney beaver. A little further, I guess, said Della. There, where that office entrance is. Let me take a look at the shingles. Ed nudged the wagon forward and leaned over to see the signs outside of the office building. It wasn't much of an office building. a 3-story, beige-tiled walk-up in that particular architectural style which you could only define as Hollywood Boulevard east of Cahuenga. A little bit Spanish, a little bit 1930s, a little bit H.G. Wells. The signs outside read, Super AA1 Detective Agency, Incorporated, Walston Retreat Tires, BK Investments Limited, and YSS Photographic Incorporated. That's it, said Della. What's what? Asked Ed. I don't see any signs saying FBI. You think we advertise ourselves? This is supposed to be a safe house, somewhere where agents can conceal themselves. She opened the door of the wagon and stepped down. I won't be more than a couple of minutes, she said. I'm just going to check if there's anybody still there. Although it was still quite light, Ed found it difficult to make out her face in the shadows. Maybe it was the way her hair was falling. Maybe it was simply the fact that there were no streetlights, no fluorescent display tubes in the derelict storefronts, not even a blazing vehicle to see by. Yet the names on the wall were clear enough. Ed said, I'm coming with you. You don't have to, Della told him, and it's really better if you don't. They're going to be pretty jumpy, and they might decide to shoot first and talk about the weather afterwards if they don't know who you are. In that case, you go in first. Tell them I'm bona fide, but I'd like to stay with you all right. Who's going to take care of Shearson? Shearson can take care of himself. What do you think he's going to do? Drive all the way back to Washington? Della hesitated, and then she said, All right, I'll call you when it's clear. Taking the pump gun with her, she disappeared into the entrance of the office building. Ed waited on the sidewalk for what seemed like a half hour, watched by a tired and pale-faced Karen, and by an indifferent Peter Kaiser. Shearson was still sleeping, and his rumbles sounded like minor eruptions of Mount St. Helens. In the distance, towards Beverly Hills, Ed could hear fire trucks howling, and a quick rattling sound that was repeated again and again. It could have been machine gun fire. At last, an upstairs window opened, and Della leaned out. There's nobody here, she said. You can come on up if you like. Ed walked back to the next car in the patient line of vehicles, which were drawn up to the curb behind the Chevy. It was a tan Malibu wagon, driven by Jim Ruckers, M's farm accountant. Jim asked, Are we going to be stopped here long, Ed? I think everybody's anxious about where they're going to spend the night. Give us 15 minutes, said Ed. Mrs. McIntosh has to try to make contact with the FBI, just to tell them that we've reached Los Angeles and that we're holding Shearson Jones. After that, it's their problem. But they won't be able to say that we didn't do our duty as publicly spirited citizens. Jim turned around to his wife and the 4 children sleeping in the back seat. I just wish the public were as publicly spirited as we are, he said. I think about these kids and what their future's going to be, and I can tell you something, Ed. It makes me frightened. Me too, Jim, said Ed, as comfortingly as he could. Just give me 5 minutes, and then we'll find a place to stay for the night. He walked back to the office building and climbed the stairs. It was so dark inside that he had to feel his way up by the handrail. There was a smell of burned paper and urine. He reached the second-story landing, and he was just about to climb up to the third when Della appeared from a doorway beside him. They're in here, she said, or at least they were in here. Ed stepped into a small reception area, divided off with reeded glass. On the wall was a calendar supplied by Mitsubishi Aircraft with a picture of the Diamond One executive jet flying over San Francisco Bay. There was a gray filing cabinet with all its drawers open and empty, and an IBM typewriter with its keys jammed together, and a blank piece of notepaper still protruding from the carriage. They didn't even leave a telephone, said Della. But I'm going to write a message and pin it to the wall. Maybe one of their agents will come by and contact us. And meanwhile, we have to keep Shearson Jones captive. What else do you suggest we do with him? Ed looked around the deserted, shadowy office. I suggest we let him go. Both him and Peter Kaiser. There's no chance at all that we can bring either of them to trial, not now. And really, what does it matter anymore? You were the one who thought it was important to expose Shearson on coast-to-coast television, said Della. Now you want to let him go? Ed sat down at the receptionist's desk and tugged the piece of notepaper out of the typewriter. He read the letterhead carefully and then laid the paper on the desk beside him. When he spoke, his voice was quite changed, distant and unfriendly. Yes, he said. I want to let him go because none of this famine crisis has turned out to be what it seemed to be. You're not making any sense. I know, but neither is anything else. If this is a safe house for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as you claim it is, then why were they using notepaper for your Spread from the Sky Incorporated? Della frowned. Well, that was their cover, an aerial photography outfit, that's all. You don't expect them to put J. Edgar Hoover on their paper, do you? Ed said, Your Spread from the Sky Incorporated was responsible for spraying my crops with Vor-RD, as well as most of the other wheat farms in Kansas. You want me to believe that it was a cover name for the FBI and that you're a legitimate FBI agent? He stood up. Did you really call the FBI office when you were outside of Wichita? Or were you just making it all up? Come on, Della. I think it's time you came clean with me, don't you? Why are you really holding on to Shearson Jones? You don't have any serious hopes of arraigning him. Maybe you never intended to. So why have you brought him all this way and guarded him so well? What's your connection with your Spread from the Sky Incorporated? What the hell's going on? Della smiled at him and put her head on one side in a winning Shirley Temple kind of a gesture. Ed, she said, you don't seriously doubt what I've told you? I don't know. Ed snapped angrily. He found that he was quivering from exhaustion and shock and from a sudden vertiginous sensation that the floor had disappeared from under him. I just want you to tell me what this is all about. How much do you actually know about your Spread from the Sky? Asked Della. I know what Jack Merowitz found out, that they were flying over almost every farm in Kansas just before the Vor-RD virus broke out, and that's too much of a goddamned coincidence to be true. Della carefully laid the pump gun down across the desk. Ed didn't miss the significance of the gesture, but he didn't take his eyes off Della's face, and he didn't change his intense, unhappy expression. Well, said Della softly, you're right. They did overfly those farms, but the reason they did it wasn't to spray any poison virus on them. The reason was that they had a tip-off about the blight, and they were reconnoitering the farms in the least sensational way they knew how, to see if they could detect who was doing it and how. There was a long, taut silence. Then Ed said, You expect me to believe that? You're trying to tell me the FBI knew about the blight in advance and they didn't warn anybody? Not the Department of Agriculture, not the President, not even Shearson Jones? Until the blight actually broke out, Ed, they weren't sure it was going to happen at all. Ed stood up and walked across to the office window. He parted the lopsided Venetian blinds and looked down into Hollywood Boulevard. He couldn't see the convoy of cars and wagons, but he could see Sam Gasowicz on the other side of the street keeping guard, his rifle over his shoulder. He turned to Della. Are you really FBI? He asked her. Or are you something else? Somebody else altogether. What do you think? Asked Della. Would I have taken the trouble to black bag a whole lot of Shearson's papers Would I have taken the trouble to keep Shearson and Peter Kaiser prisoner? Would I have done any of the things I've done since you've met me if I wasn't?" "How the hell should I know?" Ed asked her. "Listen," Della told him, touching his arm. "I'm only interested in keeping Shearson and Peter Kaiser in custody until I can turn them over to the Bureau. I'm only interested in helping us all to find a safe place to hide out until this rioting and raiding is all over. That's all. You can trust me, Ed. I mean it. You can genuinely trust me." Ed didn't answer, but after a long while, he let the Venetian blind fall back into place, and he wiped the dust from his hands on the sides of his jeans. "All right," he said. "If you say I can trust you, then I will. But if you do one single thing to jeopardize any of the people in this convoy of ours, if you make one single wrong move, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave the group and go out on your own. You understand that? What I'm saying?" Della leaned forward a little and kissed his cheek. The soft heaviness of her breast pressed against his arm. He could smell the particular fragrance that wasn't perfume or soap, but just woman. "Thank you," she whispered. "I know what you're saying, but I won't let you down." "Now," said Ed, "I want to go look for Season and Sally." The winding road up through Topanga Canyon took them on a journey of funereal fantasy, as if their convoy of wagons was wending its way through the black recesses of a mortician's nightmare. All the grass and all the trees had been burned to ashes, so that on either side of them they could see nothing but twisted stumps that had been reduced to charcoal and vegetation like crumbling gray hair. The northeast wind had blown the debris across the road so that their tires ground and scratched on the asphalt and threw up clouds of ash and grit. The smell was overpowering, a strong, sour stench that blew in through their air conditioning vents and seemed to cling to their clothes. Now and then they drove through a thick drift of smoke, and that started them coughing and irritated their eyes, and by the time they reached Mulholland Drive, Shearson Jones was caught in an uncontrollable fit of wheezing and gasping. "We're going to have to turn back," insisted Peter Kaiser. 10 more minutes of this, and the senator's going to asphyxiate." "We're almost there," said Ed in a flat voice. "The snowman's house is up on the left." "You seriously believe it's still standing?" asked Peter. Ed didn't answer. Ever since they had turned their convoy off the Pacific Coast Highway onto Topanga Canyon Boulevard and seen the charred and devastated hills, his stomach had been rigid as a football with fear. The bushfire must have swept all the way down the canyon unchecked, with no firefighters and no water-dumping aircraft to hold it back. And the chances of anybody having survived it were almost absurd. Please God, thought Ed, as he reached the turn in the road where the snowman's driveway came down. Please God, don't let me find them burned. The mailbox was still there, its post charred, its paint burned off, but Ed could distinctly make out the name C. Snowman. He turned the Chevy up the drive until he came to the parking area in front of the house. From the outside in the darkness, the house didn't look too bad. But when Ed climbed down from the wagon and crunched his way closer across the drifts of ashes, he could see that the interior was completely burned out. Della came up behind him. "I'm sorry," she said. Ed clambered his way over fallen beams and blackened skeletal furniture until he reached the place which had once been the living room. Incongruously, one part of the living room wall still stood, and attached to it was a white telephone, drooping and distorted by heat. Ed almost expected it to ring and to hear voices from the past. Next to the phone, still half legible, were the words, "Ed Hardesty called from South Burlington Farm. Says he's on his way to L.A. The cop who wrote that said the place was empty, Ed remarked. With any luck, they didn't try to come back. But the question is, where are they now? I can tell you that, said a keen, sharp voice. Ed turned around, squinting against the glare of the convoy's headlights to see who was talking. Who's that? He asked. Della stepped to one side and raised her pump gun. No need to be afraid, said the voice. I'm not carrying a gun or nothing. Step into the light where I can see you, said Della. There was a hesitant, shuffling sound, and then a small, soot-smudged man emerged into the headlight beam. He looked like a grubby, tattered, erratic second cousin of Donald Pleasance. His jacket was singed at the back, and he wore burnt brown mittens. Pearson's the name, he said, brushing ash from his sleeves. Long-time resident of Topanga Canyon and environs. You looking for the folks who used to live here? That's right. Carl and V. Snowman, and the people who were staying with them, a woman and a little girl. Pearson coughed and wiped black speckled sputum from his lips with the back of his mitten. You carrying any food? He asked. Maybe. Do you know where the Snowmans are? Sure, I know, but it wouldn't be right to tell you for nothing. You got any canned meat? The safe variety, mind. I'm not giving out information just to get a dose of that botulism. How do I know you're going to tell me the truth? Asked Ed. Pearson coughed and cackled. A can of meat in this town, mister, is worth its weight in any kind of currency you care to mention. You can get yourself a woman for a can of meat, or a whole heap of narcotics. Down on Santa Monica Boulevard, you can fix yourself up with a bag of good quality heroin for just 1 can of Campbell's condensed oxtail, provided it's carrying the right date of manufacture and no pinholes. I even hear tell they've set up places for changing the dates on suspect cans just to resell them. Pearson came closer. He carried a smell with him, of sweat and ash and poverty. With a can of meat being worth as much as that, mister, I wouldn't care to double-cross nobody for it. Folks are getting killed for cans of meat. Don't you think I don't know you wouldn't come hunting me out if I gave you wrong information? And don't you think I don't know you wouldn't kill me? You're right, said Ed, with exaggerated ferocity. I would kill you. Della, will you go get me a can of that Mom's Kitchen corned beef? Della hesitated, and then walked back to the wagon. She came back a few moments later, carrying the red and yellow can with a smiling woman's face on the label. Okay, where are they? Asked Ed. And you make sure you tell me straight. Pearson stared at the corned beef as if it were the Holy Grail. His stomach rumbled in audible peristalsis, and saliva ran from the corners of his mouth. I haven't eaten nothing since Wednesday, he said. Only a pack of taco chips I found in one of the burned-out houses. Where are they? Insisted Ed. I'll tell you where they are. They're holed up at the Hughes supermarket on Franklin and Highland. Them and maybe 100 more from one of those nutty churches. You can't get in there if you try. They've got the whole place barricaded. The rumor is that they've got themselves a whole stockroom of food, enough to last them for nearly a year, and that's why the place is surrounded. Ed looked at Pearson acutely. That's the God's honest truth, mister. I swear it on my liver, the old man promised. All right, said Ed, and tossed him the can of corned beef. Don't try eating all that at one sitting. You'll be sick as a dog. Pearson may have been starving for 5 days, but he caught the can of corned beef as neatly as a professional ball player. Then he was off, hopping and skipping over the ashes with his prize held against his chest. Ed called, Pearson, but it was too late. The old man was gone. Ed walked slowly back to the Chevy. Shearson had managed to control his coughing now, but he was breathing in deep, shuddering wheezes, which sounded as if every tube in his bronchial system was clogged with mucus. "Are you ever going to let us rest, you infernal farmer?" he wanted to know. "Or are you going to trail us around the West for the rest of our days?" "The senator's sick," said Peter Kaiser. "Unless we get him someplace where he can rest, he's going to get a whole lot worse." Ed said, "My wife and child are apparently barricaded in a supermarket on Highland Avenue, along with a whole bunch of other people. From what that old hobo said, they have plenty of supplies, maybe enough for a year. It makes sense to me personally to try to go join them. I mean, my family's there. But I also think it makes sense for us all to try to get in there. Even if we don't stay for more than a day or two, at least it'll give us a breathing space to get ourselves orientated and decide what we're going to do next." Shearson wiped his face with his handkerchief and coughed. "For goodness sake, Hardesty, stop giving us lectures in logic and feasibility and take us somewhere where we can get something to eat. And drink, too, if that's not too much to ask." "Senator," said Karen, and passed Shearson a Dixie cup of lukewarm water. "I shall have nightmares about tepid, plastic-tasting water for the rest of my life," said Shearson, swallowing it noisily. "Do you know something? I'm so much thinner than I was last week that if I stood up, my pants would drop to my ankles." "Well, you could have fooled me," said Ed, glancing at Shearson's huge belly. Della said, "I don't think we have much of a choice. I vote we try to get into the supermarket." "I suppose that means I go too," put in Shearson. Della gave him a grin like caustic soda. "Okay," said Ed. "I'll go have a word with everybody else in the convoy and tell them what we've decided. They'll all be able to stay with us or go their own way, whatever they want." "What about me?" asked Peter Kaiser. "You stay with me," Shearson reminded him, hoarsely. "I still pay your salary, remember? Or at least I will do when I can get my hands on those bank accounts on Grand Cayman." The world's collapsed around his ears, and he still thinks about his swindled money, marveled Della. "My dear," Shearson reminded her, "everything that ever happens in this whole world has something to do with money. Even in the middle of a famine, you can't lose sight of that." Two of the convoy decided to drop out and make their way to Mexico straight away. Jim Ruckers and his family, and everybody who was traveling with Sam Gasowicz. There was a short but emotional goodbye on the Pacific Coast Highway at Topanga Beach, while the shadowy ocean seethed and foamed, and distant fires burned far away to the south. Moira Gasowicz wept on Ed's shoulder, and then her husband tugged her gently back to their car, nodded to Ed, and climbed into the car himself. Ed stood, watching the red taillights curving away toward Santa Monica, and then he said to Della, "All right, let's go see what's happening at the supermarket." It was the third attack that night. Soon after dark, the first hails of bricks, bottles, and chunks of broken curbstones had racketed and splintered against the supermarket doors, and blazing gasoline had been splashed on the sidewalk outside. Then, like demons from purgatory, the crowd had come rushing through the flames with homemade cudgels and axes and fence posts wrapped in barbed wire. And they had hammered on the doors so furiously and so hard that many of them had smashed their fingers and knuckles. Inside, the congregation of the Church of the Practical Miracle had stood silent and frozen, waxworks, unable to do anything but watch. A second attack had come at 9 o'clock, when one of the crowd had climbed onto the supermarket roof and tried to throw a Molotov cocktail in through the skylight. Tony, crouched behind the liquor counter, had shot at the intruder 5 times with his .22 target pistol as the man tried to light his homemade bomb, and it hit him twice in the arms, flesh wounds. The bomb had flared up and splashed fiery gasoline all over the intruder's clothes. Screaming, his hair on fire, his arms flapping in great circles of flame, he had run across the roof and toppled headfirst off the edge. His body had blazed on the sidewalk for almost 20 minutes. Now they were attacking again, and this time the thunder of rocks and bottles against the doors was relentless and deafening. Carl was sitting next to Season in her corner by the fruit shelves. They had been sharing the last of their dinner, a can of soya hamburger helper and a can of green giant spinach, while V had been singing Sally to sleep. Carl looked at Season with wide eyes, and he didn't have to say anything at all. They both knew that it was only going to be a matter of time before the mob broke in, and when they did, there wouldn't be any mercy for any of them. It was no good pretending that what had happened to Granger Hughes wouldn't happen again. "Do you think it's possible to make things easier?" asked Season, in a high, dry voice she scarcely recognized as her own. "In what way?" asked Carl. "Well, for Sally, to make it painless." Carl pulled at the skin of his cheeks, as if it were tired pink elastic. "I guess Mike Bull has a lot of pharmaceuticals we could use, aspirin, something like that, but that would take time." There was a crash of reinforced glass as the mob outside began to hurl themselves at the supermarket doors with hammers and tire irons. "You don't want to do it too soon," said Carl. "And on the other hand, you certainly don't want to do it too late." "She's so pretty," said Season, looking across at Sally's fine blonde hair, her eyes filled with tears. "I couldn't bear it if they hurt her." V could hear what they were saying, but she continued to rock Sally in her arms, smoothing her forehead to calm her down and singing to her. "Roon, roon, Rosie, cuppy, cuppy shell, the dog's away to Hamilton to buy a new bell. If you don't take it, I'll take it to myself. Roon, roon, rooney, cuppy, cuppy shell." Her voice was drowned by a tumult of shrieking and banging. Carl laid aside his uneaten food and said, "Mike's going to need some help. For God's sake, look, there must be 1,000 of them out there." The hammering grew louder and even more determined. One of the chromed steel bars that Tony had slid through the door handles to keep the mobs from breaking in was actually bending now, and the door was half torn off its hinges. The reinforced glass had held together, even though it had been crushed into a wired-together slush. But now the sheer weight of hysterical people outside of the supermarket was beginning to tell. One blood-smeared hand appeared through the opaque glass, like the hand that had reached out of the lake for Excalibur, disembodied, groping blindly, unable to pull itself back because of all the furious people behind. Sally sat up. She was pale, alarmed with dark circles under her eyes. V stopped singing now and looked across at Season with an expression that conveyed all the fright that a sister and a woman could feel. The noise of screeching people and shaking doors was so loud that when V said something, Season could only see her lips move and indistinctly hear the words, "Please." Mike Bull came across, walking with unusual speed and economy. He leaned over Season and said as quietly as he could, "I thought we could starve them away, but it doesn't look like we've succeeded. We can't hold them off for a whole lot longer." Season gave a wobbly smile. "You've done your best," she told him. V said, "What are we going to do now? You saw what they did to Granger." Mike cleared his throat, looking from V to Season and then to Carl. You got that 38 of yours, don't you, Carl? With one shell?" Carl nodded. His face was lined and as white as typing paper. "Well then," said Mike, "I suggest you use it on," and he inclined his head towards Sally. "Back of the head. She won't even know." Susan felt as if it were totally impossible to breathe. The noise outside the supermarket was hideous, and yet inside her head was nothing but silence and coldness and disbelief. Back of the head she won't even know? Where that fine blonde hair is parted into plaits, where I've caressed her so often as she dreamed herself to sleep, and she won't even see her father again? Mike could sense what Susan was thinking, but he muttered, "It's the kindest way, you know. That mob's out of their skulls. It's going to be rape, torture, you name it." Carl cleared his throat, strangely formal. "Well," he said, "thanks for the hamburger helper, if nothing else." Mike tried to smile, but he couldn't. All he could say was, "Good luck, people. I mean it," before he went off to warn the others. Sally said, with as much childish dignity as she could, Mommy, I'm frightened." Susan reached out and touched her cheek. "Yes, baby," she said. "We all are." They had seen the fires and the crowds from 10 blocks away. Ed had ordered the convoy to draw up on the wide triangular piece of rough ground by La Brea Avenue. Now they were sitting in their wagons, while gunfire popped and echoed through the night, and people rushed and ran and stumbled past them on their way to Highland. The word must have gotten around that the Hughes supermarket was on the brink of collapse, and that there was going to be plenty of food to be looted. "Do you think we're too late?" asked Karen from the back. "My God, just look at them. They're like crazy people." "They're hungry, that's why," said Peter. "Hunger always makes people crazy, whether it's for food or sex or money." "My wife and daughter are in there," said Ed flatly. "We know," replied Shearson. "Don't think for a moment that we're going to leave them to the distinctly untender mercies of this mob. We're going to think of something, do something. Your wife and daughter must be saved." "As well as a year's supply of food," put in Della, sharply. "What's wrong with wanting to rescue the food?" Shearson protested angrily. "Don't you understand, you stupid woman? Didn't you hear what the hobo character said? A year's supply of canned foods could buy you anything you could conceivably dream of. That's edible gold in there. In fact, it's better than gold. It's even better than heroin. Only a limited number of addicts crave for heroin, but everybody craves for food. Give them what they want, and in a few hours, they're begging you for more. Don't you understand what power that food in that supermarket could give us?" "Christ, you make me heave," said Ed. "Della, there's little enough law and order in this country as it is. Why don't you elect yourself judge and executioner and blow the senator's fat head off?" A running looter collided blindly with their wagon, but carried on his way, waving a long kitchen knife. "I couldn't execute the senator," smiled Della. "The senator is running absolutely true to character, and as far as I'm concerned, that's fine." "Fine? What do you mean, fine? Didn't you hear him?" "I heard him, and that's why I've been protecting him so carefully, all the way from Kansas, both from you and everything else. Senator Jones has even shared half of my food ration, haven't you, Senator?" Ed stared at her. "You gave him half your food, but what the hell for?" "Because, my darling, it's my mission to keep Senator Shearson Jones in one piece, alive, well, and avaricious. That's why I agreed to come west with you, instead of taking him to Washington, because you were quite right about the dangers of traveling east. Too many looters, too many marauding mobs, and my superiors would have been very irritated if I'd lost him, or his clever young assistant.
Will you explain this to me in words that I can understand? Asked Ed.
He knew now that it was urgent for him to find out what was going on, although he couldn't help himself from glancing anxiously down Franklin Avenue towards the lurid gasoline fires that now lit up the outline of the Hughes supermarket. "It's very simple," said Della. She raised the muzzle of her rifle slightly, not more than a half-inch, but enough for Ed to notice.
"If it's simple, then we should be able to follow it," put in Shearson. "I'd love to know why you consider my overweight carcass to be so extraordinarily valuable."
"Years ago," said Della, slowly, as if she were speaking from a remembered script. "Years ago, when this famine was being planned, it was decided by my superiors that as soon as the president had surrendered, a new president would immediately have to be installed in his place. But he couldn't be a Russian. To have a Russian president all of a sudden would be too much of a shock for the American people, and they would react violently. You are a violent people, as the frequent riots in your cities have shown us. Apart from that, a Russian president would find the nation too difficult to handle with any degree of success. Yours is a complex, unstable, hedonistic society, very hard for a Russian to understand." She paused. Shearson had cupped his hand to his ear as if he were hard of hearing. Peter Kaiser's face was stiff as a meringue. "We went to considerable trouble to pick as our future Gauleiter of America an established politician who would be able to carry off the burden of presidential duties without feeling overwhelmed by them. A man whose face was already familiar to the American public, a reassuring, fatherly figure, and yet a man whose personal morals were so flawed that he would easily be encouraged by the gift of instant presidency and great financial wealth to assist us in taking over the administration of your country as painlessly and as quickly as possible." Shearson Jones's lips were opening and closing wordlessly. Della turned to him and smiled and said, "Of course, Senator Jones, our first choice for Gauleiter was you. And that is why I consider your overweight carcass so valuable, and that is why I have been cosseting you and protecting you all the way from Kansas to the Pacific Ocean."
"So," breathed Ed, "we were right about your spread from the sky. And I was right about you. You're not FBI, you're a Soviet agent."
"In a manner of speaking," Della nodded.
"In a manner of speaking?" puffed Shearson scathingly. "You're red, my dear, and economy size matter hairy. There's no manner of speaking about it."
"But what about the blight crisis appeal?" asked Ed. "If you wanted Shearson for a puppet president, why did you bother to steal all those incriminating papers?" "Because they're incriminating," smiled Della. "We like to keep our friends in line, and if Shearson ever misbehaved himself, we could quite easily oust him from power and imprison him on the evidence of his past swindles." "How could the rest of the world complain about that? The man's an obvious proven criminal. Apart from that, we needed to confiscate his personal millions so that he would no longer have the means to escape us, nor to bribe anybody to help him." "And why are you telling us this confidential and privileged information?" asked Peter Kaiser. "Shouldn't you have waited until Russian troops were actually wetting their boots on Malibu Beach?" "I'm telling you because there's no other way I could have explained that there's been a change of plan. We're not going to attempt to rescue Ed's wife and daughter, and we're not going to attempt to lay our hands on that stock of food. Look at it. There's a full-scale riot going on down there. All the people in that supermarket will be dead in an hour, and all the food will be looted
It's not worth the risk." "Risk?" asked Peter Kaiser. "What risk?" "The risk of losing the next president of the latest addition to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. That's what risk." Ed gripped the steering wheel with sweaty hands. He could try to wrench the pump gun out of Della's hands, but he knew that it was hopeless. She would have blown his face off before he had turned around. He stared at the leaping flames at the intersection of Highland and Franklin, and his eyes watered with hopelessness, with tiredness, and with glare. Shearson said, "I'm a man of some influence, you know, my dear Della. A figure of respect. I'm quite sure I could go some way towards quelling that mob of lunatics." "They'd rip you apart," said Della. "They're no better than wild animals." "Well, if you say so," shrugged Shearson, drawing Ed's Colt .45 out of his voluminous coat and pointing it at the back of Della's head. Ed stared at Della in total horror. She caught the look on his face, frowned, and said, "Ed, what's the—" Shearson fired, and Della's face seemed to expand in front of Ed's eyes like an overinflated carnival balloon. Then there was blood and glass everywhere, and Della jerked forward in her seat. Ed's ears rang with the noise of the shot. "Well," said Shearson, handing the .45 to Ed, "severe times merit severe measures. I may be morally flawed, but I'm still a patriot. You're next to her, Mr. Hardesty. Do you mind kicking her out of the door?" Ed opened the driver's door, climbed down, and walked around the hood. He opened the passenger door and lifted Della carefully down to the sidewalk. Shearson said, "It's more than she deserved," as Ed climbed up behind the steering wheel again. Ed said, "I made love to her once, that's all. Now what are we going to do?" "Well, we're going to have to be quick, and we're going to have to be bold," said Shearson, leaning forward in his seat. "We're pretty reasonably armed compared with most of that mob. Shotguns against clubs. So my suggestion is that we form up these wagons of ours into some kind of a flying wedge, drive straight through to the supermarket doors, and keep the looters at bay while we let the people inside get out, and while we organize any able-bodied men to load up whatever food they can." Peter Kaiser ran his hand through his hair. "If you don't mind my saying so, Senator, that seems incredibly risky. There have to be 700 or 800 people there, maybe more." "I know it's risky," said Shearson, with exaggerated patience, "but consider the alternatives. Either we spend the next 6 months scrabbling for food like the rest of these poor wretches, or we load ourselves up with enough sustenance to keep ourselves independent and self-sufficient, and solvent, apart from anything else. Remember, you can buy yourself a woman with a can of meat." Ed said, "I'll have to go ask the rest of them, and the women and children will have to stay behind here someplace." Shearson twisted himself around in his seat. "There's a hotel back there. That looks likely. Less chance of disturbing any irate and gun-happy householders. Now I'd get moving if I were you. The way that supermarket's burning, it doesn't look like we've got ourselves a whole lot of time." It took Ed 5 minutes to persuade 2 out of the remaining 3 farm workers in his convoy to join in a rescue attempt. One of them, Roy Garang, had always had a soft spot for Season, and so he was pleased to volunteer. Nat Peterson was a little more reluctant, but he was single and physically strong, and a good shot with a scattergun, and eventually Ed managed to talk him around. Jerry Stone wouldn't go for anything. He had his wife and children with him, and in any case he thought Ed was crazy. "I'd rather throw myself into a volcano," he remarked. Ed shook his hand, said okay, and left him to look after the remaining 2 farm women, his wife, and his 4 children. Ed went back to the Chevy, started her up, slammed the door, and said, "Ready? Peter, you cover the right side with the pump gun. Senator, since you're so handy with a .45, you cover the left. Karen, keep your head down." He pulled the wagon out onto Franklin Avenue. Behind him, Roy Gurning drove on his left 3/4 flank in his Pinto wagon, and Nat Peterson drove on his right 3/4 flank in a Cutlass. Between them, the 3 cars formed a spearhead which took up the width of the whole road. "I just hope we know what the hell we're doing," said Ed. He was sweating all over, and he couldn't stop. "All right," growled Shearson. "Let's go." Ed waved to Roy and Nat, and then slammed his foot down on the gas. With a throaty bellow, the Chevy surged forward, right into the running crowds, with the Pinto and the Cutlass hugging close behind. Ed felt the wagon's bumper hit 2, 3, 4 people. Their bodies made firm thumping noises, like huge insects hitting the windshield in summer. Someone screamed, and 2 men tried to run along beside him and claw the driver's door open, but he was driving too fast, and Roy was coming up so close behind them that they had to dodge out of the way. Then it was hell. They reached the intersection of Highland and Franklin, and they were in the thick of it. Sticks and stones drummed against the sides of the wagon, and there were screeches of agony and fright as he forced the hood of the 4-wheel drive vehicle right into the surging mob of people around the supermarket. He heard Peter Kaiser shoot the pump gun 4 or 5 times. He heard windows at the back of the wagon breaking. There was a chaotic, howling ocean of distorted people around him, and yet he was still driving the wagon forward, slower now because of the dense press of bodies, but still relentlessly forward over crushed arms and legs and bursting skulls. The banging of clubs and sticks against the vehicle's bodywork was utterly deafening, and he knew that his face was pulled into a ridiculous expression of fear and concentration, but there was nothing he could do about it. The last few feet were the worst. As the wagons pushed its bumpers right up to the supermarket's doors, 10 or 12 looters were caught in front of it and shoved bodily through the wire-reinforced glass, like ribbons of raw meat through a grater. Then, with a last burst of low-gear power, Ed brought down the whole row of doors and collided with the liquor counter. They had miscalculated badly. The mob was wild and unstoppable, and far more numerous than they had realized. Peter fired 3 more shots, and his pump gun was empty. Roy Gurning's Pinto had been swallowed up by the crowd, and Ed glimpsed its offside wheels as it was turned over, with Roy still inside it. Nat Peterson's car had disappeared altogether. Shearson screamed, "It won't work! It won't work! Just back up and get the hell out of here!" But Ed looked around the wrecked supermarket, had momentarily caught sight of Sally in the far corner, and nothing was going to get him out of that store without them. He forced open the Chevy's door, pushing over 2 struggling looters, and elbowed and shoved his way between the shelves to where he thought he had seen them. Behind him, the mob had begun to surge through the broken open doors and scramble towards the stockroom. It was going to be looting first, revenge second. For 3 insane minutes, Ed remembered everything his college football coach had taught him, and he pushed and shoved and bulldozed his way through the screaming scrum of people towards the shelves at the far back of the supermarket. Then, in an instant that was too fearful to be anything but blurred, unmemorable, and confused, he had scooped Sally up in his arms and pushed Season ahead of him, and they were fighting their way back to the wagon.
V! Susan screamed. I can't see V!
Get out of here, bellowed Ed. Just get to the wagon and let's get out of here. He was thrown back against a shelf, with an agonizing jar against his back, but he managed to thrust his way onto his feet again, with Sally still awkwardly clutching in his arms, and struggled on. Somehow, bruised and sweating and grazed, his adrenaline at bursting point, he reached the wagon and threw Sally in through the door onto Shearson's lap. Then he pulled Susan up behind him, shoved her across beside Peter Kaiser, and started up the engine. Slowly, grindingly, the Chevy backed up into the mob. Now that the supermarket stockroom had been broken into, few of the looters took any notice of the wagon at all, but pushed their way around it. It was food they were after, and the maelstrom of fighting and bodies in the supermarket was too confusing for most of them to understand what was happening. They were almost out onto the roadway again, when their rear bumper caught up with Roy Gurning's overturned Pinto. Ed rocked the wagon backwards and forwards, but it still refused to budge. He pressed his foot harder on the gas and prayed to God for the Pinto to move. Slowly it did, with a grating screech of metal on concrete. But now the wagon had begun to attract the attention of some of the late-coming looters, the ones who knew they were going to be lucky to pick up a few battered cans of corn. 20 or 30 of them started tearing at the doors and banging their fists on the windows, and Ed looked out in fright at a world that seemed to be nothing but grotesque, staring faces. Abruptly, Shearson Jones's passenger door was tugged open. Shearson shrieked like a girl, and Peter Kaiser tried to reach across and grab him, but 5 or 6 pairs of hands pulled Shearson's coat and pants and heaved him bodily out of the wagon. "I'm a United States Senator," screamed Shearson. "I'm a United States Senator." Then he was swallowed up by the mob, and it took all of Peter's strength to slam the door closed again and hold it shut against the scratching hands of frantic looters. Ed, sobbing with fear and exhaustion, jammed his foot down on the gas pedal once more. Slowly, slowly, the wrecked Pinto began to slide out of the way. Then it toppled, and the Chevy was clear. They surged backwards into the crowds and drove backwards with their transmission whining in protest all the way to La Brea Avenue, almost a quarter mile. Ed stopped the wagon when they reached La Brea and turned forwards in his seat to look at the supermarket. It was blazing from sidewalk to roof now, with huge tongues of fire looking at the night with a lasciviousness that could only remind him of greed and pain and hatred. He stared at Susan. She was wide-eyed, shocked, scarcely able to speak. Sally in the back seat was whimpering and shivering. Then Ed held his hand over his mouth to try and stop the tears, but he couldn't. They ran freely down his cheeks, and they sparkled in the flickering glare of the burning supermarket as if his eyes were on fire too. The next morning, when the burned-out shell of the supermarket was abandoned, they went back. Susan walked amongst the bodies which lay between the empty shelves, while Ed stood silently by the smashed and blood-smeared doors.
"V's not here," she said at last. "Nor Carl. I can't see Mike Bull either. They must have escaped. I knew this girl, though. Clara, her name was."
From outside, Ed heard Peter calling, "Ed, come here in the parking lot, and come on your own. Don't bring Sally." Ed walked around the side of the building to the parking lot. It was strewn with twisted shopping carts and burned out automobiles. But Peter was standing in the far corner, where it seemed as if another smaller fire had been burning, and where there was an elaborate arrangement of shopping carts which seemed to have been linked together to form a kind of barbecue. When he was 15 feet away, Ed realized what it was and what had happened. Beside it, in a congealing heap, lay the naked remains of Senator Shearson Jones. Inside it, still half-cooked, were strips of flesh that had been cut from his thighs, his arms, and his belly. Ed stayed where he was and didn't approach any closer.